Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Good morning. Please make your appearances."
Mr. Finkel said, "Good morning, Your Honor, Ryan Finkel and Juliana Murray for the government. We're joined at counsel table by Isabel Loftus and Special Agent Robert Stout."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Good morning, Your Honor, Siddhartha Kamraju, Sabrina Shroff, Matthew Barkin, and Claire Tilton on behalf of Mr. Guo, who is seated at counsel's table with us."
The court said, "Please have the jurors brought in."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Good morning, jurors, and welcome back."
The juror said, "Good morning."
The court said, "We will now continue with the direct examination of Mr. Collins. You may inquire."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
James Robert Collins, Jr. Resumed. Direct examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I remind you, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display for the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 113. Mr. Collins, who is depicted in Government Exhibit 113?
I don't remember his name, but he was held out as the president of the Himalaya Exchange."
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display what's in evidence as Government Exhibit BR208A. Can you scroll down, please? Ms. Loftus, can you zoom in on the bottom? Mr. Collins, please take a look at that, and let me know if it refreshes your recollection."
It does.
Mr. Finkel said, "And if we could please go back, Ms. Loftus, to Government Exhibit 113. Who is the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 113?
Jesse Brown."
Mr. Finkel said, "Government offers 113.
Mr. Kamraju said, "No objection."
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit 113 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, "If you could publish that, please." Mr. Collins, you said that this individual, Jesse Brown, was held out as the president of the Himalaya Exchange. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
He represented that was his title. Other team members in the Himalaya Exchange referenced him that way also.
Who?
Jesse Brown.
What did William J., if anything, say about Jesse Brown's role at the Himalaya Exchange?
Other than handing, discussing his title. We didn't have a lot of discussion about Jesse.
Where was Jesse Brown located, to your knowledge?
The British Virgin Islands.
Did you have an understanding about why Mr. Brown was located in the British Virgin Islands?
I believe the type of license they had in the BVI required an officer, if not the main officer, to be located there.
Approximately how many interactions did you have personally with Mr. Brown concerning the Himalaya Exchange?
In a group or just one-on-one?
Either.
All combined, probably 3 or 4.
Who did you primarily interact with regarding the Himalaya Exchange?
William J.E., Georgetta Donis Roberts, and Priya Patel.
The court said, "Mr. Finkel, if you would get closer to the microphone, please."
Mr. Finkel said, "Yes, Your Honor." And Mr. Collins, what was your understanding of who ran the Himalaya Exchange?
It is clear to me that William J.E. was running the business.
And why was it clear to you that William J.E. was running the Himalaya Exchange?
People deferred to him ultimately on pretty much any decision that was made around Himalaya Exchange.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display Government Exhibit 103. Mr. Collins, did there come a time, if ever, where you met Mr. J. in person?
Yes.
And where did you meet him?
I met him in their offices just outside of London.
Whose offices just outside of London?
Himalaya Exchange.
And when, approximately, was that?
Approximately the fall of 21.
And can you describe, please, to the jury the nature of your conversation with Mr. J. about the Himalaya Exchange in his London offices?
He was excited to tell us about their offering. They were just in the midst of launching the Himalaya coin and the Himalaya dollar, which was both listed on the exchange. He was very much engaged in taking advantage of the market interest in digital assets. And they held out this exchange as being the next big thing.
What do you mean he was interested in taking advantage of the market in digital assets at that time?
There was a lot of interest generically, publicly, globally, in investing in digital assets.
And when you say digital assets, based on your understanding in the fall of 2021, can you give some examples?
Well, the biggest digital asset and perhaps the most notable is Bitcoin. The market is often referred to as crypto. Ethereum is another coin. There's I think currently 20,000 different coins listed.
At the time that you had this meeting with Mr. J in London, had you heard of the Himalaya coin?
No.
Had you heard of the Himalaya dollar?
No.
And to your knowledge at that time, was the Himalaya coin or Himalaya dollar available on any other cryptocurrency exchange?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. J at that time about Miles Guo?
I believe I mentioned that we had informed their staff that we had concerns about Miles's profile. And I asked him to confirm that Miles's money wasn't involved in the accounts that we would be onboarding. And that Miles was not in any way a control person of the enterprises.
And what did Mr. J say in response to your request for confirmation that Miles Guo was not in any way a control person of the enterprise?
He confirmed that Miles was not a UBO or that his money was being used in the exchange.
The court said, "What does UBO mean?"
The witness said, ultimate beneficial owner. Is sort of a Bank Secrecy Act term of art.
Did Mr. J explain anything about whether the Himalaya dollar was backed by gold?
He did not mention that.
Did you meet with an individual named Priya Patel when you were in London?
Yes.
Who is Priya Patel?
Priya Patel was held out as the most senior legal officer of the company.
Which company?
The ones I know about are Hamilton, the various funds run by Hamilton, and the Himalaya Exchange.
What is your understanding of what Hamilton was?
There were several different entities that utilized the name Hamilton. So for example, Hamilton Special Opportunities Fund, that collection of Hamilton entities generally was, from my understanding, investment vehicles that were investing William and his investors' money.
And what was your understanding of who ran the Hamilton entities?
William.
William, what's the last name?
William J.E.
Did you review, well withdrawn? Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, if we can play for the witness and the jury what's in evidence, but outside of trial director. Please, GXC 370V, play just a few seconds of that, please.
Video displayed.
Mr. Finkel said, can you pause that, please?
By Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Collins. Around the time that Mercantile Bank was considering onboarding the Himalaya Exchange as a client. Did you watch this video?
I watched a few videos. This seems familiar.
Mr. Finkel said, you could play it, please, Ms. Loftus.
Video displayed.
Mr. Finkel said, you can stop there. Mr. Collins, at the time you watched this video, what was your reaction to it, if any?
I saw it as pure marketing. I didn't really have a strong reaction one way or the other.
In making a decision to onboard a client, does Mercantile Bank consider marketing of a client?
Sometimes.
Did you in this case?
I believe we did holistically, in conjunction with my Bank Secrecy Act team.
Mr. Collins, there is a phrase in this video that we just watched that says, "To the moon." Did you see that and hear that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that phrase? To the moon.
I mean, it's from an old black and white TV series, but yes.
What about in the context of cryptocurrency? Are you familiar with the phrase, to the moon?
Somewhat.
What does it mean?
It means that the price will go infinitely high.
And is that a phrase that people in the cryptocurrency community use? To the moon!
I've heard it before.
Mr. Finkel said, "We can take that down, Ms. Loftus." Mr. Collins, did ultimately Mercantile Bank take on the Himalaya Exchange as a client?
Yes.
And approximately how many bank accounts did the Himalaya Exchange open with your bank?
I don't recall the specific number, but somewhere between 4 and 6.
And when you took on the Himalaya Exchange as a client, did you believe the Himalaya Exchange was a legitimate business?
Yes.
Did Mercantile Bank store gold for the Himalaya Exchange?
No.
Did there come a time, if ever, when G clubs transferred money into a Himalaya Exchange bank account?
I believe so.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display for the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit MER 1203. Do you see it on your monitor, Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Please take a look at that, and let me know what Government Exhibit MER 1203 is."
Can I read it from the bottom up?
Sure.
There we go. That's good. Okay.
What is MER 1203?
This is me facilitating a movement from G Club to the Himalaya Exchange.
And who is making that request for the movement?
Alex H.
And he works for what company, based on your understanding?
G Club.
Mr. Finkel said, "Government offers MER 1203.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit MER 1203 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, "Could we publish that, please, Ms. Loftus?" You can scroll to the bottom while that's coming up. Mean?
The court said, "Sir, when you say a movement, what do you?"
The witness said, "A wire transfer."
The court said, "If you would speak up, please."
The witness said, "A wire transfer. By Mr. Finkel."
Mr. Collins, can you read the email at the top of your screen, December 1st, 2021? From Alex H. to Georgette and you, beginning with, "I was told."
Okay.
Can you read that, please?
You want me to read the email?
Yeah, from. "I was told."
Out loud?
Yes, please.
Okay. I was told the account is open and ready to accept funds. Can you please share the wire information for Himalaya International Clearing Limited account at Mercantile so I may schedule transfer of $50 million US?
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can scroll up, please." And what do you say in response to that email?
Would you like me to facilitate this? I don't want to share your account number's details with him without your approval. That was my comment to Georgette.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can scroll up again, please, Ms. Loftus." And after Georgette responds, "This will need to be facilitated through the CFO." Mr. Collins, can you read what you wrote back?
Sounds good. John, can you work with Masud for this authorization, communicating to directly G Club the wiring instructions with Himalaya's account number, so that G Club can move money from the G Club account to the Himalaya account that is already open for their purchase of coins?
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can please display for the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit MER 1204. Did there come a time, if ever?" Mr. Collins, while that's coming up, that Mr. J asked for help with what he called VIP clients?
Yes.
Can you see that document on your screen, sir?
It's just a header, yes.
Mr. Finkel said, "Can you scroll down, please, Ms. Loftus?" Mr. Collins, what is this document, MER 1204?
It looks like a series of messages between me and William.
Mr. Finkel said, "Government offers MER 1204.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Government's Exhibit MER 1204 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we could publish that, please." Mr. Collins, what's the month and year of these messages between you and Mr. J.E.?
March of 2022.
And can you read your third message at 5:45 p.m. on March 17, 2022?
There is no universe that I will be carrying 100 mil of BTC on a thumb drive to Dubai.
What is BTC?
That's the acronym for Bitcoin.
Why did you write, "There is no universe that I will be carrying 100 mil of BTC Bitcoin on a thumb drive to Dubai"? Why did you send that to William J.E.?
In a discussion about when we were having these messages, William asked me the question if I'd be open to that.
Open to what?
Carrying $100 million of BTC on a thumb drive.
Did he provide any information? Did William J.E. provide any information why he wanted you to do that?
No.
Why did you decline?
There's many reasons. Perhaps first and foremost is my personal safety, second is that would sidestep every single BSI or BSA requirement. And I'm pretty sure I don't remember when laws were exactly passed. But it may have been a felony to transmit or to carry more than $10,000 of value across the border without disclosing it.
So you declined?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, "Okay. We can scroll down, please, Ms. Loftus." Right there. So on March 17, 2022, at 11:38 p.m., can you read what William J. messaged you?
I'm sorry. At what time?
11:38 p.m.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hi, could you help to check if the below account has been opened? If not, any outstanding issue? UK Himalaya Limited Director, Jianfeng Dai. His email, and then he says thanks.
Do you know who David Dai is?
I don't recall that person.
What was your understanding of why William J. was asking you about this individual, Mr. Dai?
I don't recall that we really spoke about him. I think he is the signatory for UK Himalaya Limited. And that would have, I'm not sure we ever discussed the purpose of that operating entity's account.
Mr. Finkel said, "We can take that down." Mr. Collins, did there come a time, if ever, when William J. asked for your help in making a money transfer related to a loan?
Yes.
And when approximately was that?
I remember it around Easter of 22.
And what did Mr. J. tell you about this loan?
The loan was being made to an escrow account related to the bankruptcy of Mr. Guo, a security for a substantial piece of collateral that they had moved from the United States to the Mediterranean, being a large yacht. And the loan was to satisfy the court's demand in time because they didn't have time to steam the yacht back to America. And it was a short-term loan to facilitate Mr. Guo's freedom.
What do you mean by that?
I was told that if the loan wasn't facilitated right away, that he would be imprisoned.
Mr. Guo?
Yes.
And Mr. J. told you that?
Yes.
And what was the collateral? Can you explain how that works and your understanding of it, based on this conversation with Mr. J.
So in the normal lending arrangement, the lender will take collateral as security for the loan, so if the loan doesn't get repaid, they can foreclose on that collateral and sell it to pay the loan.
And so what was the issue with collateral being moved out of the country? Can you explain that?
My understanding, I'm not an attorney. But the bankruptcy trustee was upset that some significant assets of the estate had been moved outside of USA jurisdictional reach.
Whose estate?
Mr. Guo's.
Bankruptcy attorney for what bankruptcy?
Mr. Guo's.
What kind of asset was moved out of the jurisdiction, based on your understanding from the conversation?
The yacht.
What yacht?
I don't remember the name of it.
And so how would this loan sort of solve Mr. J and Mr. Guo's problem?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
How would this loan facilitate this issue, based on what Mr. J told you?
Mr. Kumraju said, same objection.
The court said, sustained. Was there a request for a loan?
The witness said, "The request was not a loan from me. The loan that was being made was by William J.E. and one of his companies to a relative of Miles Guo, who I think was listed as the owner at the bank. But the trustee had identified this yacht as a substantial asset of the estate. By Mr. Finkel."
So what was Mercantile's role with respect to this potential loan, if it wasn't a loan from you?
We were just wiring money under the control of William J.E. to the escrow account of an attorney involved in the case.
And the William J.E. account, do you know what business it was associated with?
I vaguely remember it was one of the Himalaya entities, but I don't recall specifically.
And when you say Himalaya entities, entities of what?
One of the Himalaya companies that had an account with us.
Meaning the Himalaya Exchange?
Yes.
At the time, did this seem like a reasonable business transaction?
It was unusual, but it seemed reasonable.
And you said that there was a woman involved in the process?
Yes, I don't recall. I didn't see the actual title work to the yacht. But my understanding was the loan was made to the bankruptcy I don't remember who the signatory of the loan was, but it was somebody I'd never met before. It was held out as a relative of Miles Guo, whose name I think was actually on the yacht title.
And did Mercantile Bank facilitate this wire payment from the Himalaya entity to an escrow account for this loan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Finkel said, government offers, pursuant to the, may I have a second?
Counsel conferring.
Mr. Finkel said, pursuant to a stipulation regarding bank record documents, the government offers GXMER 138.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit MER 138 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
By the way, Mr. Collins, what did William J.E. tell you, if anything, about the nature of his relationship with Miles Guo?
Do you have a specific point in time in mind or?
In general.
He mentioned that Miles Guo was his best friend. That Miles trusted him more than any individual in the world, and that they were very close.
Can you see on your screen Government Exhibit MER 138? I think it's published, but...
Yeah.
What type of document is this? You recognize the formatting?
Looks like a monthly statement from Mercantile Bank.
And what's the name of the entity whose monthly statement this is?
Himalaya International Financial Group Limited.
And is that one of the Himalaya/William J. accounts?
Yes.
And do you see where in the amount it says minus 37 million?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe that's the amount that we wired related to the yacht and the loan in the escrow account.
And it also says Zeisler and Zeisler, PCILTA account. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of what that means, Zeisler and Zeisler, PCILTA account?
That's the escrow account I've been referencing.
And so the $37 million wire was the loan that you spoke about prior.
That was a loan William and Himalaya made to Miles Guo.
After the loan was processed, what reaction, if any, did Mr. J have?
I just want to correct what I just said. I don't know the loan was made to Miles Guo. It was related to Miles Guo's bankruptcy estate, but technically I think the loan was made to another person.
Okay. What was Mr. J's reaction after this wire was processed, if any?
His reaction after it was processed? I think he was grateful that we were able to process this so quickly.
Mr. Finkel said, you can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Aside from the business that the Himalaya Exchange had with Mercantile Bank, what other business discussions, if any, did you have with William J.E.?
Maybe you can narrow that question down for me.
Did you contemplate entering into a business transaction with Mr. J aside from opening accounts at Mercantile Bank?
Yes.
What was the nature of that transaction?
We discussed early in the relationship. Investing in the exchange, I'm sorry, in our bank, technically our holding company, which he did, initial investment. And then that conversation grew to much larger conversation about essentially buying a controlling interest in the bank.
I'm sorry. Who was that who was contemplating buying a controlling interest in the bank?
William J.E., through one of his entities called I think Hamilton Special Opportunities Fund.
And when you say the bank, you mean Mercantile?
Yes.
How far advanced did those negotiations get about selling a controlling interest in Mercantile Bank to William J.E.'s company?
They resulted in an actual closing on September 16th, according to what we had agreed to. The terms.
And what was the approximate price that Mr. J.E. was willing to pay for a controlling interest in Mercantile?
Ultimately, he would be investing almost $100 million. The first tranche was $49.5 million.
Is there a regulator who regulates Mercantile Bank?
Yes.
And what's the name of that regulator?
Our prudential regulator, if you will, is a firm who's most easily referenced as their acronym, called OCIF. It's the agency. The Banking Agency of Puerto Rico.
In connection with the potential purchase of Mercantile Bank by William J. Was Mr. J. required to make any representations to OCIF?
Yes.
About Miles Guo?
About many things, but
were some of those representations that Mr. J. was required to make to OCIF about Miles Guo?
Yes.
And what did Mr. J. represent to OCIF about Miles Guo, if anything?
That Miles was not a UBO. That none of the money involved in the fund that was actually making the investment was part of Miles Guo's money or estate.
To your knowledge, did he make those representations?
Yes.
When was this transaction supposed to close, the sale of Mercantile to Hamilton Special Opportunities?
The original closing date was set for August 24th, and we had to extend that to September 16th.
The court said, of what year?
The witness said, of 2022.
Did the transaction close on September 16th of 2022?
Yes.
Did Mercantile receive final payment on September 16th, 2022?
No.
How much was Mercantile expecting to receive on September 16th, 2022?
$49.5 million.
Why did Mercantile not obtain $49.5 million on September 16th, 2022?
Why didn't we receive it?
Yeah.
The money was seized in transit by the U.S. Marshals.
And how did you learn about that?
Well,
at first,
the wire was initiated on a Friday afternoon in the United States. And we weren't surprised that it hadn't cleared that day just because it was late in the day. So Monday, we were looking for the wire. We were in London at the time. And the wire wasn't showing up. It didn't show up on Tuesday. I think by Wednesday, we realized that there was some sort of problem.
Did you speak with Mr. J about the potential problem?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said they hadn't had any communications from their banks. That they didn't have any knowledge about why the wire had not cleared, and I asked them to look into it. And I also asked them if I could look into it.
Did you?
I did.
What did you learn?
I happen to know the CEO of Silvergate Bank, which is where the wire initiated from. So I called him, and we had a brief conversation, wondering where the wire was, and he didn't know anything about it. So he said he would look into it. And the next day, I got an email from him saying that he was not in a position to discuss the account any further and that I should ask the account owners to contact them immediately.
Did you do that?
I did.
What happened next?
William and Priya reached out to them. I think they had a phone call. And it was then that it was revealed that the wire had been seized.
After the seizure, did Mr. J make any requests concerning the Himalaya exchange?
I mean, there were many conversations and several requests. So maybe you could narrow it down for me.
Sure. Mr. Finkel said, if we can display for the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit MER 1205. If you can scroll down so Mr. Collins can take a look at this, please. What is MER 1205, this document, Mr. Collins?
This is a series of WhatsApp communications between me and William J.E.
What's the date?
September 23, 2022.
Mr. Finkel said, Government offers MER 1205.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit MER 1205 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, could we publish that, please? And we can zoom in at the top, please, Ms. Loftus. That's fine.
By Mr. Finkel.
So the first message says, I will speak to Mossad at 11. Is that correct? That's from you?
Yes.
Who is Mossad?
Ehsan Mossad was held out as the CFO of Himalaya Exchange.
And why did you ask, is he aware of what is happening?
For me, these are incredibly unusual circumstances. And I didn't want to be in a position of saying something out of place with the wrong person at the wrong time. Partly because of commercial liability. And so I just wanted to understand what Ehsan understood about what was happening around them. Because it was a very confusing time, there was a lot of information flowing around that was extreme. And I just wanted to be careful.
Continued on the next page. By Mr. Finkel.
I'm just going to ask you to move the mic somewhat down a bit so everyone can hear you. Mr. Collins. When you said aware of what is happening, what does the what refer to?
Several things. That Silvergate funds were frozen or seized. We had learned that FV Bank, another bank that we were familiar with, had also had a major seizure related to the Himalaya universe. And we didn't know what else was out there. Generically, I would just say, my question was, is he aware of what's happening related to the seizures? Because even the most senior executives were not necessarily aware in real time.
And then a couple of messages below, William J. at 9:03 a.m. says, we are just doing normal redemption of a client. Thanks. Did I read that right?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what that meant?
A redemption typically means that they were substituting HDO for cash or HCN for cash.
Why, based on your understanding, was Mr. J.E. talking about a normal redemption of a client at this time?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, you may state what your understanding of the statement was.
Well, my understanding is that he wanted to redeem, at this point in time. That he wanted to redeem one of the coins on the Himalaya exchange for US dollars related to a normal client.
At that time after the seizure first, did Mr. J.E. identify who that client was?
Not at first.
How did he describe that client at first, Mr. J.E.?
He described him as well, he just said a normal redemption of a client. And I believe later he mentioned it was a VIP client.
And what was the amount of the redemption that Mr. J.E. sought for this client shortly after the seizure from the banks that you mentioned?
Somewhere between $42 and $50,000 to $50 million.
Did Mr. J.E. provide documents to facilitate this redemption to Mercantile Bank?
Yes.
The court said, in a redemption, the money goes from where to where?
The witness said, I would say there's a nomenclature problem here in the sense that what he's calling a redemption here, we would think of as a trade, so he is selling his HCN for US dollars. He's calling it a redemption because they happen to control the platform, and so they can redeem it by picking a value. But later I believe they sent us what we would call trade confirmations that actually show that it's more similar to a trade than a redemption.
To redeem, if a redemption or trade is going to be processed, what sort of the real-world event that Mercantile would facilitate?
Well, our role in what he's referring to as redemption is simply the wiring of the money. We're not involved in the transaction. We're not involved in the mechanics of the redemption. We just respond to the request. We ask for supporting documentation because that fulfills our Bank Secrecy Act requirements.
If we can take that down, Ms. Loftus, and display for the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit MER5 and MER6 for the witness. Mr. Collins. Who signed these documents?
William J.E.
What are these documents?
These are what I would call a trade confirmation.
And does this pertain to the trade we were just discussing?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, Government offers MER5 and 6.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's exhibits MER5 and MER6 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Can we publish, please, Ms. Loftus? Mr. Collins. What is your understanding about why Mercantile was provided these two documents that you said were trade confirmations?
I presume this was part of our document collection related to our compliance function.
And on the left side of the screen, it says seller sales 1,308,000 and some more HCN at 24.46 per HCN. Seller receives 32 million HEO. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what that meant?
That meant the seller, which is listed just below. It says the name of the seller account William K. J.E. at acap.com was selling HDOs. I'm sorry. He was selling HCN in exchange for HDO.
And what was HDO described to you as?
A stable dollar. I'm sorry, a stable coin.
What was the price of HDO described to you as?
The price was always equal to 1. Because it was backed 1-to-1 by the stables, I'm sorry, by the US dollar.
And HCN was described to you as what?
HCN is a digital asset that is more akin to a true crypto coin like Bitcoin.
And that's how it was described to you?
Yes.
So by selling this HCN, it says seller receives 32 million HDO. What's the US dollar value of that?
$32 million.
And then seeing the name of the seller account. Did that provide any information to Mercantile about who this VIP client was?
I believe our compliance department would have picked up on it at the time.
And so who was this VIP client that Mr. J.E. said he was helping redeem?
It's William K. Well, it's either William J.E. or a firm called ACA Capital.
And the document on the right side of the screen, where it says seller sells 572,000 and change at HCN. Seller receives 14 million HDO. What is your understanding of the US dollar value of that 14 million HDO?
14 million.
So 32 million plus 14 million is how much?
46 million.
Is that the amount of money William J.E. was requesting to be transferred shortly after the bank seizure?
Yes.
Upon learning that the client for this transfer, this redemption, was William J.E. or ACA Cap, what reaction did you have to that, if any?
I don't recall a specific reaction other than being annoyed that it wasn't forthcoming from the beginning.
That what wasn't forthcoming?
That this was an account controlled by him.
That who just said this was an account?
I'm sorry, William J.E.
Ms. Loftus, if we can please put back up MER 1205. Can we go to the next page, please? Can you zoom in from the 9:03 a.m. line? At 9:03 a.m. Mr. J.E. says, we are just doing normal redemption of a client, correct?
Yes.
What was your understanding of that redemption referred to what transaction, if any?
The transaction we just reviewed.
And a few lines down at 12:31 p.m. Mr. J.E. says, what documents you need for ACA? I can send you all. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
What's your understanding of why Mr. J.E. was asking what documents you needed for ACA?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
Can you ask the question again?
What was your understanding why Mr. J.E. was asking you what documents you, Mr. Collins, needed for ACA?
William knew that we ran a rigorous compliance function. And in order for us to send a transaction of that size, we would have to do what we would call KYC on the receiver as well as the sender, which we had already done.
The court said, "What do you mean by KYC?"
The witness said, "I'm sorry, a know your customer. It's a reference to being sure that you understand the bona fides of who's receiving $50 million, well, 46.
At this time, what was your understanding of what ACA was?
I had come across ACA in some news articles early on in the relationship and didn't know much about it other than it was an entity facilitated with William J.E. So that's all.
At the time you were having this conversation, September 23, 2022, shortly after the bank seizure, the wire seizure, were you contemplating processing this transaction that Mr. J.E. was requesting?
No.
Why not?
It was clear that something was amiss. At that point in time, we counted approximately $1.2 billion that had been seized by the U.S. government between two other banks.
Mr. Collins, why then were you requesting documentation from Mr. J.E. if you weren't going to process this transfer?
Well, we have a commercial responsibility to consider request, and we were doing that.
If we can scroll down a little bit, please, Ms. Loftus. At 1:37 p.m., can you read what Mr. J. wrote?
1:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I could send you all the documents to show that I own ACA. Do you still need to go through your portal? We need the execution today, or it is meaningless.
At the time, what was your understanding of why it had to be executed today, or it was meaningless?
I had no understanding of that. I was confused by the term.
Why were you confused by the term? Meaningless?
Because from my perspective, it didn't appear meaningless.
Can we scroll down some more, Ms. Loftus? Can you read what Mr. J. wrote at 4:03 p.m. on September 23, 2022?
Send you all the ACA stuff. I have some updated information in Hong Kong. But I think the information is more than enough. We are just redeeming.
What did you understand the term to mean? Just redeeming?
They were liquidating their holdings for dollars.
And then at 4:50 p.m., can you read what Mr. J. wrote?
Masood does not know about ACA. If any questions, call me. Thanks.
Can you read what Mr. J. wrote at 8:12 p.m. on that same day, September 23rd?
Please let me know if you need further information. We are redeeming and need to be done today. It is meaningless.
After the wire was seized, did Mr. J. explain to you what the urgency was with respect to this redemption?
No.
You can take that down. If we can display, please, what's been marked as Government Exhibit MER8. By the way, in any of those messages that we just looked at, did Mr. J. blame the Chinese Communist Party for the troubles he was having with banking?
I don't recall.
Can you see on your screen MER8?
Yes.
Take a look at that document. Who signed it?
William J.E.
What is this document?
This looks like it's called a redemption request form. But it's really a request to wire funds.
Mr. Finkel said, Government offers MER8.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit MER8 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
You said it's a redemption request form, but it's really what?
It's a request to transfer funds to a bank called First Abu Dhabi Bank.
And what is the account holder of the First Abu Dhabi Bank account?
ACA Capital Group Limited.
Where is First Abu Dhabi Bank located?
Abu Dhabi in the UAE.
You can zoom out of that. It says at the bottom HDO redemption amount. You see that?
Yes.
That amount 46 million HDO. What is your understanding at that time of how much in US dollars that was worth?
$46 million.
And this 46 million. Does it pertain to the transaction documents that we've looked at in the chats you were having with Mr. J at the time?
Yes.
What effect, if any, did the fact that Mr. J's request to send this $46 million to the Middle East have on you as a banker?
I'm sorry. Could you ask the question again?
The fact that Mr. J was requesting the $46 million be sent to Abu Dhabi after this wire seizure related to this redemption for a client he didn't identify at first. What effect did that have on you in your consideration whether to process this wire?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection, form and compound.
The court said, sustained. It's compound.
What effect did the fact that Mr. J was requesting you send this wire to Abu Dhabi have on consideration whether to process it as a banker?
It felt uncomfortable. It appeared to be an attempt to move money outside of the jurisdiction of the United States. We're not clear on the various agreements between UAE and the United States. But it's known to be a jurisdiction that doesn't always cooperate with seizures.
Did you process the wire?
No.
We can display what's been marked for identification as MER 1206. Go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Can you zoom in so Mr. Collins can see it? Thank you. What is this document?
This is more messages between me and William.
Mr. Finkel said, Government offers MER 1206.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Mr. Finkel said, if we could publish that, please.
Government's Exhibit MER 1206 received. By Mr. Finkel.
If we could publish that, please. What's the date of these messages?
September 24th, 2022.
Can you read Mr. J's message to you at 11:14 p.m.?
Yes. Hi, Bo, Renee, Priya and our lawyer spoke today. Our lawyer's negotiating with the DOJ and releasing the fund's money to complete the transaction. We need a simple letter from your bank to show that you will suffer if the deal did not go through. If you want to inform the PMA on the matter, we are okay. I can assure you that none of the money comes from Miles and our independent fund administrator. Our internal compliance and the banking regulator have verified this already. Renee seems to doubt about this and even asked our lawyers on this. This will jeopardize our relationship with our lawyer.
Who is Renee?
Renee Carson is the general counsel of MGH and MBI.
Meaning Mercantile?
Yes.
What's the nature of your relationship with Renee Carson aside from her being the general counsel?
She's my wife.
And then here it says, want to inform PMA. What's PMA?
PMA is a law firm based in Puerto Rico that represented Hamilton Opportunity Fund.
What was your understanding of what Mr. J meant when he messaged you? Renee seems to doubt about this, and even asked our lawyers on this. This will jeopardize our relationship with our lawyer?
He was responding to my message above that says, I'm shocked at what I just heard. Which was that he didn't want us giving notice, which we were required to give in our commercial agreement, of the closing of any sort of default. So he did not want us communicating with PMA about the circumstances of this event.
Who is he? Who's the he?
William and Priya did not want us communicating with their attorneys about the circumstances of this event.
When you say this event, what do you mean?
The seizures.
Did Mr. J explain to you why he didn't want Mercantile communicating with J's lawyers about the seizure?
He wrote in the bottom that it would jeopardize our relationship with our lawyer.
Did J explain why the seizure would jeopardize their relationship with their lawyer?
He didn't offer me details.
In this message, Mr. J also requests a simple letter from your bank Mercantile to show that you will suffer if the deal did not go through. What was your understanding of what that meant?
They were representing to us that they were in daily communication with the DOJ at that point. That they were requesting at a minimum the $49.5 million be released because it was injuring a third party and they wanted us to validate that.
Did Mercantile provide a letter?
I believe so.
and below that it says, I can assure you that none of the money comes from Miles and our independent fund administrator. What is your understanding of who Miles refers to?
Miles Guo.
Did Mercantile receive a warrant, a seizure warrant from the U.S. government?
Initially we received a freeze and then later a seizure.
What's a freeze?
A freeze means we can't move the money anywhere.
And what accounts did the freeze pertain to?
I believe all the accounts related to William J.E.
And then you said you received a seizure. What's the difference between a seizure and a freeze?
A seizure means that we actually wire the money to the U.S. Marshal Office, and it becomes under the custody of the United States.
Did Mercantile do that? Did Mercantile transfer the Himalayan money to the United States government?
Yes.
Did Mercantile retain any of the money that was in the Himalaya and G Club accounts?
Yes.
Why?
We have commercial provisions in our contracts that allow us to offset for compliance and legal fees related to an account.
As a result of that, did you have a legal dispute with Hamilton?
I don't recall a legal dispute on that issue, but I'm fuzzy on that.
Did you have any legal dispute with Hamilton, you meaning Mercantile?
Yeah. Actually, I don't think we have any, other than we filed for an arbitration.
What do you mean by you, Mercantile?
Mercantile Global Holdings.
Why did Mercantile file for an arbitration?
Because they defaulted on the closing requirements.
Who is they?
Hamilton Special Opportunity Fund.
Is there also an arbitration with G Club?
I believe there is one pending that's been stayed.
Mr. Finkel said, "One moment. Nothing further at this time. Thank you, Mr. Collins."
The court said, cross-examination.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor. Just for planning purpose, are we taking the morning break at 11 or 11:30?
The court said, 11:30 will be our half-an-hour break, and then we'll take another break at 2:30.
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Cross-examination. By Mr. Kumraju.
Good morning, Mr. Collins.
Good morning.
Now, could we bring up Government Exhibit MR 1205, please, which is in evidence. Now. Mr. Finkel asked you some questions about this on direct, correct?
I presume so. I only see a header.
We could scroll through real quick so you can take a look.
Yes, this is what we discussed.
And this was the exchange of WhatsApp messages about the redemption request, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that that redemption request never happened, right? Withdrawn. You testified on direct that you never wired any money pursuant to this redemption request, correct?
We did not.
In fact, you were never intending to wire any money pursuant to this redemption request, correct?
That's correct.
Could we go to page 3 of the document, please? Do you see a message there from Mr. J.E. at 9:03 p.m.? The second from the bottom.
Hi, please hold until Monday.
He's referring to this redemption request, right?
Yes.
And you had never told him that you didn't intend to honor this redemption request, right?
I never told him that.
So, in fact, Mr. J.E. called it off on his own accord, correct?
Yes.
And that was before you processed it, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down for a second. Now. The transaction that you described between Hamilton and Mercantile Bank. That was for Hamilton to acquire a stake in the bank, right?
Technically the holding company that wholly owns the bank, but yes.
So indirectly buying the bank by buying an interest in the holding company, right?
Right.
You testified on direct, I believe that transaction closed September 16th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And prior to the transaction closing, you had to receive authorization for something you called OCIF?
Correct.
You made an application to OCIF, correct?
I think technically the application was made by William J.E. and Hamilton Special Opportunity Fund.
Did Mercantile not have any submission to the OCIF as part of it?
I don't recall what was required. We had attorneys handling it. Both inside and outside counsel.
You understood that in connection with that application, it was going to the entity that regulated your bank, right?
Correct.
And so it was important to you to honor your commitments to that regulator, correct?
Correct.
And in fact you said that to Mr. J.E. on several occasions, right?
Yes.
And you didn't want to be associated, withdrawn. You didn't want your regulator to associate you with any kind of misconduct, right?
Correct.
That would have a negative impact on your bank, right?
Correct.
And that application that went in, whether it was for Hamilton or Mercantile, that went in April of 2022. Right?
That sounds about right.
And that's right around Easter of that year, right?
Yeah, I don't recall the specific dates.
But that is around the time that the loan went in, right?
Correct.
Now, could we pull up Government Exhibit MR 1204, please? And this is in evidence so we can put it up for the jury.
It's just a header for me.
I'm going to have it scrolled through once the jury can see it. Okay. So could we just scroll through that so the witness can take a look at it? Do you recall testifying about this exchange of messages on direct?
Yes.
And you remember Mr. Finkel asking you questions about this line? There is no universe that I will be carrying 100 million of BTC on a thumb drive to Dubai, right?
Yes.
You sent that message on March 17, 2022, correct?
Yes.
So that's before you submitted the OCIF application, correct?
Could you tell me the date of the OCIF submission? I don't recall it.
Sure. Maybe we can put up side by side with this defense, actually. Let's take this down and just for the witness put up DX 60554. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this the application?
It appears to be a letter to OCIF. If you could reduce it back. That describes the transaction. Can we go down the letter so I can see the whole thing?
Sure.
Okay. That's signed by Hamilton's counsel.
Before we do that, is this the application?
I believe this is the application that Hamilton submitted.
And this was the application submitted to OCIF?
Yes.
And it's in connection with the Mercantile/Hamilton transaction?
Yes. Honor.
Mr. Kumraju said, the defense offers DX 60554, your.
Mr. Finkel said, I have a question for clarification. This is Hamilton's application?
The witness said, I'm unclear. We can look at the last page. We went through it very fast. By Mr. Kumraju.
How about you just blow up the first paragraph just for the witness?
So that is a request for the approval.
I'm sorry. I meant the very first paragraph.
That paragraph, I'm not trying to be pedantic. But it describes that we are requesting approval for this transaction, but that is not necessarily the application. I think there's a distinction.
Understood. Is this a letter submitted to OCIF in connection with the application related to the Mercantile/Hamilton transaction?
Yes.
Is it a letter submitted on behalf of your bank?
I believe so.
Mr. Kumraju said, the defense offers DX 60554.
Can I look at the signatories again? I'm a little confused on that.
Feel free.
Yeah, so, it's signed by our counsel and Hamilton's counsel. So that may be perhaps why I don't recall the letter, but okay.
The court said, is there any objection?
Mr. Finkel said, yes. Objection, hearsay, authenticity, couple of things.
Mr. Kumraju said, I'm not offering it for the contents of the letter. I'm simply offering it for the fact that it was submitted.
The court said, You're not offering it for the contents, but merely for the fact that the letter was submitted?
Mr. Kamaraju said, yes.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60554 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamaraju said, could we publish that?
Mr. Finkel said, can I ask one question? Have you seen this letter before?
The witness said, I don't recall seeing it by memory.
Mr. Finkel said, I renew the objection.
The court said, I'm going to permit the letter.
Can we publish it, please? So you see the date of this, it's April 18, 2022.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that at this time as of this date you were still pursuing the transaction with Hamilton. Correct?
Yes.
So now if we could go back and put up Government Exhibit MER 1204, please. If we could go to the second page, and if we could blow up the message that starts, there's no universe. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So you sent that message on March 17, 2022.
Yes, sir.
You sent this message before the letter we just looked at was submitted to OCIF.
Yes, sir.
Nothing about your conversation with Mr. J about carrying $100 million of BitGo on a thumb drive to Dubai caused you to cancel that transaction with Hamilton. Correct?
No.
And you didn't report this request to OCIF, right?
Well, I'm not sure we have an obligation to report it to OCIF. But we have an obligation to report it on SARS.
I'm not asking about your legal understanding of anything. I'm just asking the fact of it is that you did not submit it OCIF.
Yes.
Let's pull up Government Exhibit GX-MER 138. We can publish that as well. This is the bank statement that shows the loan going out, right?
I believe so.
So it's fair to say that your conversation with Mr. J about the loan going out occurred before this transaction. Right?
Yes.
And the wire goes out April 15th of 2022, correct? If you go down to where it says withdrawal 37 million.
Looks like April 15th.
So the loan also went out before the OCIF letter that we just looked at was submitted, correct?
Correct.
And nothing about this loan request made you cancel the transaction with Hamilton, correct?
Correct.
You didn't report the loan to OCIF either, did you?
I don't recall what we did or didn't report, but it doesn't come to mind.
We can take that down. Now, you were asked a question on direct about a phrase. To the moon, right?
Yes.
And you saw a video with Mr. Guo in which that phrase was used, correct?
Yes.
And you described it as marketing material basically, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that the phrase, to the moon, originally came from an old black and white TV show. Right?
Yeah, I think it was the Honeymooners.
That's what I was going to ask. It was the Honeymooners, right?
Yes.
It's a common phrase in the cryptocurrency industry, right?
Yes.
Mr. Guo is not the only person who's ever used that phrase, right?
No.
Elon Musk used that phrase about Dogecoin, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
I don't know.
The court said, sustained.
You heard that phrase in the course of your following the cryptocurrency industry, correct?
Yes.
And Mercantile Bank, I understand it's winding down, withdrawn. Mercantile Bank was a bank based in Puerto Rico, right?
Yes.
When was it founded?
I believe we received our license to organize around December of 16. I'm sorry. December of 18, and we began operating in the spring of 19.
Now, prior to founding Mercantile Bank, you were also looking at starting a cryptocurrency exchange. Right?
That was part of our original plan.
And you were going to call it the San Juan Mercantile Exchange, right?
Correct.
What is your understanding of what a cryptocurrency is?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, Overruled. When you say that it was contemplated that you may start such an entity, are you speaking of yourself personally or the bank?
The witness said, the holding company. So Mercantile Global Holdings owned two. At that time we owned two assets. One was a bank and the other was what we called San Juan Mercantile Exchange. And the two were meant to operate together.
The court said, you may answer the question as to what your understanding of a cryptocurrency exchange is.
A cryptocurrency exchange matches buyers and sellers of a given crypto asset. Usually for some fiat currency. Sometimes for a different crypto asset.
Now, the San Juan Mercantile Exchange never actually launched, correct?
Correct.
But Mercantile the bank did have a cryptocurrency focus, correct?
Correct.
And I think you testified on direct that your vision for the bank was that it would be a settlement bank to the digital asset industry. You remember that?
Yes.
What's a settlement bank?
A settlement bank means that we are facilitating a clearing of funds related to transactions on an exchange.
So that, if I understand you correctly, the clearing of those funds occurs after there's a transaction on the exchange, is that right?
It depends on how the transaction's being handled. But it could be described as contemporaneous, but either instantly or soon thereafter.
And that's what you mean by settlement, right?
Correct.
You also testified that Mercantile was the first bank in the U.S. to have a license to hold and transmit digital assets. Correct?
Correct.
What do you mean by hold and transmit digital assets?
We could custody your digital assets. So let's just use Bitcoin as an example. If you wanted to deposit Bitcoin with our bank, we could hold that asset in custody for you. We could also transmit it.
And that's one of the offerings that your bank marketed, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified on direct that there are 20,000 cryptocurrencies to your knowledge.
I've lost track of the number.
Fair to say thousands.
At least.
And so would your bank provide custody services for all of those?
No.
Why might your bank not provide custody services for a cryptocurrency asset?
That industry is rife with projects that won't succeed. There are some projects that are not cognizant of laws that we have to follow. And quite frankly, from a commercial perspective, there's just not enough business in 99% of the coins.
The interpreter said, Your Honor, interpreter is requesting all parties to slow down a little bit.
The court said, please slow down both the questioner and the witness.
Mr. Kamaraju said, understood, Your Honor.
I'll start over. There are dubious projects in crypto that are problematic that don't necessarily respect the laws of our jurisdiction. And then there are commercial concerns about the effort to onboard a specific coin as it relates to just economic activity.
And so your bank picks and chooses between which cryptocurrencies it will service, for lack of a better word, after evaluating those factors. Correct?
Correct.
You also testified that Mercantile was a corresponding bank. Do you remember that?
We had one corresponding relationship.
What does that mean? What is a corresponding bank?
Typically that just means that two banks have accounts with each other.
And correspondent banking is often used when you have transactions in different currencies, right?
That's one purpose, yeah.
Can you explain how that would work to the jury?
So I'll try to create a simple example. I think that's the easiest way to consider it. If JP Morgan has a client that owns dollars and needs to purchase industrial equipment in Germany that has to be transacted in euros, then often they will use a bank account that they have with a bank in Germany where they keep money in both dollars and euros, and they'll simply accept money from their client in the United States in dollars, and then they will make the payment to the German manufacturer out of the German corresponding account that JP Morgan has in euros. So there's a simultaneous transmission of value and an exchange between one currency and the other. So it's the most efficient way to manage international multi-currency transactions.
Right. And that's because a bank user, example JP Morgan and the United States, may not just be able to send euros from New York to Berlin, right?
Yes, fair enough.
And for an international banking institution like Mercantile, having corresponding relationships that allowed US dollar transactions was pretty significant, right?
Yes. We did not have a direct account with a Federal Reserve. So we depended on our own bank accounts with other banks to facilitate transactions on behalf of our clients.
I'm going to come back to the Federal Reserve. At the time that G Clubs became a client, you had a correspondent banking relationship with Medici Bank, correct?
Yes.
But Medici wasn't the first correspondent banking relationship that Mercantile had entered into, right?
We had other accounts at other banks that I guess you could describe as corresponding banks.
Well, you had a corresponding banking relationship with Signature Bank, right?
Correct.
And when you did that, Mercantile was processing transactions for.
No. No. I'm sorry. I misstated that. I don't believe we had an account. Our account with Signature Bank, I believe, was purely an operating account, which is different from a corresponding account.
Are you familiar with a company called Bitrex?
Yes.
Was Bitrex ever a client at Mercantile Bank?
Briefly.
Did you use Signature Bank to process transactions on behalf of Bitrex?
Mr. Finkel said, objection, 401, 403.
The court said, "You'll step up, please."
Continued on next page. At the sidebar,
The court said, "How is all of this relevant?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, I don't have a lot of questions. I'm just trying to clarify the kind of account. My understanding from his 3,500 material was that this client Bitrex was using Mercantile to do corresponding banking transactions through Signature. So I'm just trying to clarify that. I don't intend to dwell on this topic at all.
The court said, "Why is it relevant?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, well, corresponding banking relationships are relevant, that's all. Because he goes from here to, he loses this banking relationship. He then struggles to find another corresponding banking relationship. It's his belief that that has, 1. to do with the fact that the bank is in Puerto Rico. And 2, it has to do with cryptocurrency. Just establishing that in fact it can be difficult to establish banking relationships. The issue of that is going to be relevant throughout the trial.
Mr. Finkel said, I don't see how Mercantile's relationships with other customers is relevant. In particular, a customer like Bitrex. The defense moved to make sure that Mr. Collins was not used as a pseudo-cryptocurrency expert. That's why I objected to the question about the cryptocurrency exchanges initially. That question in and of itself was fine. I was worried about the line had been drawn. I think if the defense is trying to use Mercantile's relationships with other clients, particularly crypto clients like Bitrex, to try to draw comparisons and parallels to the Himalaya exchange, that's inappropriate. That's a 403 problem. It's a 702 problem, but the relevance question I think predominates. While there has been evidence at this trial about the difficulty of G clubs, for example, or Guo's enterprise to obtain banking relationships, Bitrex's ability to obtain banking relationships is not relevant at all to this trial. And it wouldn't be appropriate to draw a comparison between entities in the Guo enterprise and Bitrex. And that's the only possible relevance to that question. To the extent it is relevant, it would be confusing to the jury.
The court said, "What is Bitrex?"
Mr. Kamaraju said, it's a cryptocurrency exchange.
The court said, "Is this one of those widely considered legitimate exchanges?"
Mr. Finkel said, yes.
Mr. Kamaraju said, it is. But, first of all, it's not Bitrex that has the difficulty with maintaining banking relationships. It's Mercantile. I have no intention of suggesting anything about Bitrex's banking relationships or comparing the exchange to Bitrex. I just understood that it was a corresponding banking relationship that he had with Signature. He told me it wasn't. I was trying to clarify that through at least what was in the 3500. I don't intend to either here or during summation to say anything about the fact that Bitrex. The fact that Bitrex was a client of Mercantile has anything to do with the exchange. I'm literally just trying to get to point of Mercantile's own banking relationships, not Bitrex.
Mr. Finkel said, then the question should be, did Mercantile have problems obtaining corresponding banking relationships? By that description itself, I think basically concedes that Bitrex's point has no relevance. Because the point can be made without Bitrex. The only reason I objected is because of the Bitrex reference.
Mr. Kamaraju said, I only responded to the fact that the witness said there was a corresponding banking relationship. I was just trying to get back to that. If you want, I'll ask that question if that's the only reason for asking about Bitrex.
The court said, I think that's a better question.
Mr. Kamaraju said, that's fine, Your Honor. I would just note that the witnesses sometimes have difficulty with longer questions or more generalized questions. Which is why I was trying to more specific in the first instance.
The court said, all righty.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, sustained.
By Mr. Kamaraju.
Did there come a point where Mercantile Bank had difficulties obtaining corresponding banking relationships?
Yes, we always tried to maintain more than one. And corresponding banking is difficult at best.
And it's particularly difficult for banks based in Puerto Rico, correct?
I believe so.
And it's particularly difficulty for withdrawn. What is your understanding as to why it's difficult for banks based in Puerto Rico to obtain corresponding banking relationships?
There's a perception bias. I can't say I'm an expert on what drives the bias. But at the end of the day, it's human beings making a decision. That would be mostly the issue, I think.
And banks that primarily service cryptocurrency clients, do they similarly have problems obtaining corresponding banking relationship?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
Yes.
And what's your understanding of why that is?
Mr. Finkel said, same objection as to other banks.
The court said, so you're asking about banks based in Puerto Rico. What is the question?
Mr. Kamaraju said, I asked about banks based in Puerto Rico. Now I'm asking about banks that predominantly facilitate cryptocurrency customers.
The court said, if you'll just stick to his bank.
Mr. Kamaraju said, sure. Mercantile is a bank that had a focus on cryptocurrency, correct?
Correct.
And that was one of the factors that you believed made it difficult for Mercantile to obtain corresponding banking relationships. Correct?
Correct.
Why did you believe that?
Because it was shared with us by corresponding banks that we had made applications to.
By the way, do you know what Sharps Pixley?
Sharps Pixley. Can you spell Sharps?
Common spelling, SRPS.
And Pixley?
Pixley.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that term.
You do know what FV Bank is, right?
Yes.
FV Bank is another bank in Puerto Rico, right?
Yes.
And its offices are close to Mercantile offices, right?
I don't actually know where their offices are.
Fair enough. Now, you testified on direct that you were first introduced to G Club through an individual called Alex H., right?
No.
Who introduced you first to G Club?
Our introduction came through essentially Medici because we were processing transactions for Medici, who was processing transactions for G Club.
After Medici made that introduction, you had a meeting at your home with Ana Izquierdo and Limarie Reyes. Right?
Yes.
And you understand they were executives at G Club?
Yes.
Why was that meeting at your home?
It was convenient for me at the time. My office, I believe this was not, we were still in a strange environment related to COVID. And it was just more convenient for me to meet there.
And I think you testified on direct that the Chinese Communist Party did not come up during that meeting. right?
Yeah, I don't recall it.
But you also testified on direct that you had a discussion with Ms. Reyes and Ms. Izquierdo that there was a Chinese diaspora of like-minded people that were interested in these types of offerings. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What do you mean Chinese diaspora?
Generally, I mean by that Chinese either current or former citizens who left China that reside somewhere else.
And when you use the phrase, like-minded people, what do you mean by that?
People that wanted to leave China because of the political system.
When you talk about these types of offerings, you refer to G Club offerings, right?
Can you state that question again?
Sure. The types of offerings that members of the Chinese diaspora that you were describing. Those were the offerings that G Clubs was marketing, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you met with Ms. Reyes, they were looking to switch banks, fair enough.
Yes.
They were no longer satisfied with Medici services, correct?
Yes.
And they ultimately did make that switch, right?
Yes.
Did they explain to you why they were not satisfied with Medici?
They didn't like the amount of communication and they felt the technology was not sufficient.
Now, once Mercantile opened the G Club bank accounts, there were millions of dollars that flowed into those accounts, right?
I can't recall the timeline of transactions. I believe the bulk of those transactions happened before we had a direct relationship with G Clubs.
Fair enough. Regardless of before or after Medici, there was millions of dollars flowing into G Club's accounts held at Mercantile, correct?
Yes.
How does Mercantile earn revenue from its banking business?
Usually we earn money through transaction fees and through an interest rate spread. Because for digital assets, typically banks don't pay any interest on the funds.
So if there are US dollars sitting in a bank account at Mercantile, can you explain to us how Mercantile might make money off of that?
We deposit that in short-term overnight funds with AA-rated banks. And we receive essentially the Fed funds rate. And that I don't remember the exact rate at the time. But since we started the bank, that's ranged from 1% to as high as 5.25%.
And so the more money that's in an account, the more money the bank earns, right?
Correct.
So the bank earned those same payments off the G Club's inflows, right?
Yes.
And on direct you were asked questions about the due diligence process that Mercantile engaged in with new clients. Remember that?
Millimeter HM.
You testified that you understood that that kind of due diligence was required under the Bank Secrecy Act. Correct?
Yes.
And part of that process is determining who the UBO is, right?
Yes.
Tell us again what UBO stands for.
Ultimate beneficial owner.
How does Mercantile determine typically who the UBO is?
So we have a compliance team that collects data. They evaluate the data. They ask people to make certain attestations about what percentage they own of a company, what control they have. And based on those answers, they make an evaluation.
And you testified on direct that another part of the due diligence process was determining the source of funds. Right?
Yes.
So same question. How does Mercantile determine the source of funds coming in from a potential client typically?
That's a more complicated process that involves a lot of research that my team takes care of. I'm not an expert in that.
You have a team at the bank who's responsible for doing that.
Right.
Now, you are aware at the time G Club was seeking to open bank accounts that there was a relationship or a connection between G Clubs and Miles Guo. Right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that you had concerns about that connection. And in particular Mr. Guo based on risk profile and his history with the Chinese government, right?
Yes.
What did you mean by his history with the Chinese government?
My understanding was he had been accused of criminal activity. That he had fled the country and was seeking asylum or was granted asylum in the US. And that is quite frankly too much information for us to unpack.
I didn't hear the last part.
Too much information for us to unpack.
And by unpack, you mean that was enough for the bank basically?
To make a determination if it was true, what crimes had been committed or not committed. Like it's a very complicated situation. And we took the more conservative position that that was a risk profile we could not tolerate.
And that risk profile would be problematic for the bank if Mr. Guo was the UBO of G Club, right?
Yes.
And it would be problematic for the bank if the source of G Club's money was Mr. Guo, correct?
Correct.
And so the bank did in fact run its due diligence process on G Clubs, correct?
Correct.
And you have no reason to believe that that process was any different than what it runs on any of its other customers. Right?
Correct.
You don't believe the bank took it easy on G Club, right?
Correct.
And as a result that due diligence process revealed that Mr. Guo was not the UBO, correct?
As far as our research concluded, that's the case.
And same with respect to the source of funds, it concluded that they did not come from him, correct?
That is true.
You also testified about the same thing with respect to G Fashion, right?
I believe so.
So you open accounts for G Fashion, correct?
Yes.
You had the same concerns with respect to G Fashion and its connection to Mr. Guo, right?
Correct.
The bank ran due diligence on G Fashion, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of its due diligence, it opened accounts for G Fashion, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Finkel asked you a number of questions about if the bank had known that Mr. Guo had operational control of G Club. Would the bank had opened the account, correct? You remember those questions?
Yes.
So at the time that the bank opened the G Club account, the bank concluded that Mr. Guo did not have operational control of G Club, correct?
Correct.
And it determined that he did not have operational control of G Fashion, correct?
Correct.
And sitting here today, you have never seen any evidence that he has operational control of G Club. Correct?
Correct.
And you have never seen any evidence sitting here today that he has operational control of G Fashion. Correct?
Correct.
And you have never seen any evidence sitting here today that he has operational control of Himalaya Exchange. Correct?
Correct.
And, in fact, during all of your negotiations with Mr. J.E., whether it was about the acquisition, the loans, the redemption request, you never communicated with this man Mr. Guo, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you have never spoken to Mr. Guo, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Sitting here in this courtroom is the first time you've ever seen him in person, right?
Correct.
Now, I like to talk about yield esta. Can you remind us what yield esta is? Am I saying that right first?
Yield esta, yes.
Can you remind us what it is?
It was an investment vehicle for futures trading based on algorithmic programs.
When you say investment vehicle, is that another word for hedge fund?
I wouldn't describe this as a hedge fund, but it's similar.
The court said, Mr. Kamaraju, if you would spell out what it is you're describing.
So it's yield esta. Correct me if I'm wrong, YELDSTA. Is that right, sir?
It's the word yield with esta.
The court said, if you'll speak into the microphone, please.
It's the word yield with esta on it.
The court said, go ahead.
And you just mentioned it was focused on algorithmic trading?
Yes.
I'm not going to dive into the details of it. I want to say, is it fair to say that algorithmic trading is an investment strategy of some sort?
Yes.
And it's the investment strategy that yield esta employs, right?
Yes.
When you say it's focused on futures trading, a future is just a particular kind of asset class, right?
Correct.
So yield esta employs a particular investment strategy tied to a particular asset class, right?
Correct.
And who sets the strategy, for that investment strategy for yield esta?
I did.
It wasn't the folks at G Clubs who invested that set the strategy, right?
No.
Are you a registered investment advisor, sir?
No, I don't have to be.
I wasn't asking about the obligation. When G Clubs invested in yield esta, you provided them certain information about the, I'll use investment your term, investment vehicle, right?
Correct.
They decided if they wanted to invest, right?
Correct.
They sent you subscription documents, right?
Yes.
They sent you money, right?
Yes.
And, in fact, they sent you money before they were even allowed to open accounts at the bank, right?
I don't remember that.
Withdrawn. Once G Club sent the money to you, it was your decision how to invest it though, right?
Yes.
And you do have experience advising clients on investments, right?
Yes.
You worked at a fund before, right?
Yes.
Before you got into the banking space.
Yes.
What was the name of that fund?
Mother Rock.
Now, after G Clubs had opened its accounts, we'll stick with Alex H. Alex H suggested that you should meet another potential client, right?
Yes.
And that was the cryptocurrency exchange Himalaya Exchange, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that was in late summer or early fall of 2021, right?
Yes.
So the exchange was not up and running yet at this time, right?
No.
It was still in developmental phases, right?
We had not pursued plans to launch the exchange very early in our process.
I'm sorry. I think I may have confused you with my question. I was referring to the Himalaya exchange was not up and running by the late summer of 2021.
I don't think so.
How many, again, I'm not asking for names. Was it unusual for you to have a cryptocurrency exchange as a client?
No.
So you had others, right?
Over time. Timeline is important in all these questions.
Fair enough. And I'm not trying to pin you down to anything. Prior to beginning to engage with the exchange, Mercantile had had other exchanges as clients in the past. That's my question.
Yes.
Now, at the time you first learned of the Himalaya exchange, Mercantile was experiencing a bit of a cash crunch, right?
Yes.
And you had been trying to raise money to keep the bank's operations going, right?
Correct.
And you were telling potential investors that you needed cash to keep the bank going, right?
Yes.
And one of the investors that you, let's say, recorded for lack of a better phrase, was a company called Tingo, right?
Yes.
What is Tingo?
At the time I understood Tingo to be a company doing commodity transactions in Europe and Africa who had ambitions to go public.
Based on what you knew at the time, so I'm just asking for what you knew, sir. Did you know if Tingo had any cryptocurrency operations?
Mr. Finkel said, objection, pertains to what we talked about at the sidebar.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Kamaraju said, could I have a very brief sidebar on this, Your Honor?
The court said, okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Kamaraju said, so the only reason I ask that is because the timeline, as I understand it is. He is discussing a transaction with Tingo. He then meets William J.E., and William J.E. proposes a transaction. And he opts to go with William J.E.'s transaction over Tingo. Including in part because his bank and the exchange had synergies, on the cryptocurrency front. The only reason I was asking about Tingo was to point out that he switched courses so to speak mid-race to go with the company that better fit his business. That's the entire point.
The court said, I think it's understood that a bank may be courting a number of clients or a number of clients may be looking to open accounts with the bank. I don't see why you need to specifically go into Tingo.
Mr. Kamaraju said, I'm not going into Tingo. The only reason, my point is not that there's a bunch of different suitors for the bank. My point is actually that he picked the suitor. He had the choice and he picked the suitor that best suited his interest.
The court said, you don't need to make that point by comparing it to an entity that's not relevant to this case. You can ask him why did he pick.
Mr. Kamaraju said, okay. But if his answer is why did you pick and he sells, well, Tingo didn't have cryptocurrency capability and the exchange does, then are we in the same place?
The court said, then you can go into Tingo.
Continued on next page. In open court, jury present. By Mr. Kamaraju.
So, Mr. Collins. We were talking about the fact that you were discussing a potential transaction with Tingo, right?
Yes.
And in November of 2021, you traveled to London to meet with them?
Yes.
At the same time you also met with Mr. J.E., right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
In November of 2021 you traveled to London, right?
Yes.
You met Mr. J.E. there, right?
Yes.
You decided to engage in a commercial transaction with Mr. J.E.'s companies, right?
Yes.
Why did you pick Mr. J.E.'s companies as opposed to any other potential suitors the bank might have had?
In part my memory was they improved the price. I believed them to be liquid. I was unclear of Tingo's liquid. Tingo is still evolving relative to their public ambition, which was interest but pose some risk. I would say those are the major factors.
Now, just stick with your meeting with Mr. J.E. for a second please. So you testified on direct that he ran the Himalaya exchange, right?
Yes.
And you visited his office in London during this trip?
It's a suburb of London, but yes.
Those offices occupied several floors of a building, right?
I don't recall being on more than one floor.
You testified that there was an arbitration, correct?
Where are we in the timeline?
Well, you testified on direct that the bank filed an arbitration against Hamilton, correct?
Correct.
And you submitted a declaration in that arbitration, correct?
I don't recall the documents that were part of it.
How many sworn statements do you recall submitting in connection with that arbitration?
I have no idea.
Was it more than one?
I don't know.
Did you testify in the arbitration?
I believe I did.
Prior to testifying in the arbitration, did you submit any sworn statements?
I don't recall.
Just for the witness, could we show him DX60551, please? Could we just scroll through it, please? If we could go to page 19, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this the declaration you submitted in connection with the arbitration?
I believe so.
Could we turn to page 8 and highlight paragraph? Just the last sentence of paragraph 46 and please just read it to yourself, sir.
The court said, so it's now 11:30, so we will take our break. Members of the jury, remember that you're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourselves, or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch or listen to anything from any source about anything that touches upon the subject matter of this trial. Sir, you may step out. Don't discuss your testimony.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
The court said, you may be seated. You may step out, sir.
Witness temporarily excused. Continued on next page. Jury not present.
The court said, is there anything before we resume at noon?
Mr. Kamaraju said, nothing from the defense.
Mr. Finkel said, just to avoid a sidebar when we resume. I think defense counsel is going to a proper place with the declaration, which is either to refresh his recollection or impeach. But to the extent the defense is seeking to introduce the 20-page declaration, we would object to that. And we can settle that not at a sidebar. It seems like we're going to a proper place, but too efficient. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Mr. Kamaraju said, I don't plan to try to admit the declaration. I was going to try to use it for refresh his recollection. I guess possibly impeach him. To the extent it is used for impeachment. I think what I will do if it makes sense to your honor is simply ask to admit the specific statement that is reflected in the declaration and only publish that statement to the jury. And then we can have a redacted version down the road before it goes to the jury. That's what I would propose.
The court said, "That seems appropriate."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Recess. Jury not present.
The court said, "Please have the witness resume the stand and please bring the jurors in."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated. Remember that you're still under oath."
The witness said, "Yes, ma'am."
The court said, "You may continue your cross-examination."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
By Mr. Kumraju.
So I think when we left off, you were reviewing a document on your screen. I'm just going to direct you, to help to orient you. I'm happy to show you the first page again, but otherwise, I'm going to direct you to the last sentence of this paragraph.
My memory is this is a document produced out of the arbitration.
Okay. And does this document help refresh your recollection as to whether Mr. J.'s offices in London occupied several floors of an office building?
Yes. I'm not sure I went to any other floors than the one I was on.
Okay. That wasn't my question, just simply that there were multiple floors of the business, right?
According to this statement, yes.
And it was your impression that the businesses employed a lot of people, right?
Millimeter whom?
More than 100.
My memory is it was approximately 200.
Mr. Kumraju said, "We could take that down for now." Thank you. Now I think before we looked at that, you were explaining some of the reasons why you chose to go with Hamilton and the Himalaya Exchange companies for the acquisition. Right?
The court said, "Mr. Kumraju, speak into the microphone."
Mr. Kumraju said, "Sorry, Your Honor." And one of those reasons was that you perceived a synergy between the bank and the exchange, right?
Yes.
And you were telling your shareholders that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what you thought the synergy would be between the bank and the exchange?
Well, we had always planned on having a crypto exchange, a digital asset exchange, as part of our offering, and had not launched it yet. So there was the potential for us to work closely with a digital asset exchange that happened to own a large portion of us.
And given your prior interest in starting an exchange, you had some ideas as to how to improve the Himalaya exchange, right?
Yeah. We didn't get very far along that path.
Sure. But you made some initial suggestions, right?
I don't remember what they were.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You previously invested in Bitcoin, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the ideas that you suggested to the exchange was that they should list Bitcoin too, right?
Mr. Finkel said, "Objection. 401, 403.
The court said, "You may answer."
I don't remember that specific suggestion, but it seems reasonable.
Okay. You were aware at the time that the Himalaya exchange started that it only listed 2 tokens, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was H-coin and H-dollar, right?
Yes.
And so it made sense to you that it should list more tokens.
That's reasonable.
Now you discussed some of those suggestions with David Fallon, right?
That's who I would have discussed it with, probably.
Who is Mr. Fallon?
I would best describe Dave as the head trader of the firm.
Okay. And just so we're clear, when you say, the firm, which firm are you referring to?
Well, he was like many of their employees, who worked for many of the firms.
Okay. Did he work for Hamilton as one of those?
Yes.
Okay. Did he work for the exchange as one of those?
The Himalaya Exchange?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So he played a role at several of Mr. J.'s companies, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified to this, but Hamilton was a hedge fund owned by Mr. J.E., correct?
Owned is a difficult word, but controlled by Mr. J.E. would be better.
Okay. Fair enough. He controlled it, right?
Yeah.
All right. And prior to reaching your deal with the exchange, you did due diligence on the exchange. Right?
Yes.
And the exchange did due diligence on the bank, right?
I believe so.
And as part of that mutual due diligence process, you traveled to London, right?
Yes.
You spent a few weeks there at Mr. J.E.'s offices, correct?
Yes.
On the bank side, were you the only person involved in that due diligence?
No.
Okay. Who else was involved?
My compliance team, my legal team, my CFO.
Okay. And on the exchange's side, who did you interact with when it came to that due diligence?
Priya Patel, Georgette, David, there was a young gentleman that was sort of an analyst. Whose name I can't recall. Oh, Harrison was his name.
Okay. So as part of that due diligence process, you didn't speak to Mr. Guo, right?
No.
Okay. You didn't speak to Yvette Wong, right?
No.
Now as part of that due diligence process, there was an independent valuation done, right?
Yes.
And that was of what the bank would be worth with the investment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to get into particulars. But you provided the information for that valuation, right? About the bank, I mean.
We provided the information that related to the bank for that valuation.
Yes. Sorry. My question was unclear. Specifically, just so the record is clear. The information that went into the independent valuation about the bank came from you, not Mr. J.E.'s companies, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you believe that this transaction could generate significant value for the bank, right?
I did.
Okay. Both in the short term because of your cash flow crunch, right?
Correct.
But then also on longer term, right?
I'd like to go back to timelines. Because you're conflating a bunch of information as though it all happened at once. The first investment that Mr. J.E. made occurred long before we were working on any analysis of the valuation. The valuation, as I recall, occurred, or began, around February or March. And I don't remember exactly when we received a report, and the larger investment dollar amounts. Those discussions didn't happen until after he had made his first investment. So that's the answer to your question.
Okay. So just so we're clear, you had long-term plans for the bank, right?
Define long-term.
Okay. You had plans to help try to grow the bank, right?
Yes.
And they weren't going to happen the day after you signed the deal, right?
No.
Okay. How long did you think it was going to take to grow the bank to the scale that you envisioned?
Several years.
Okay. That's what I mean by long-term then, okay?
Okay.
So over the course of withdrawn. So some of the money that Mr. J.E. was going to invest was intended to fuel long-term growth, right?
Yes.
And you believed that that could greatly increase the value of the bank, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told Mr. J.E. at one point that you thought the bank could be worth $1 billion, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I don't recall having that specific conversation. But there is a scenario where it could be worth that.
Okay. Now I think in the answer you gave a second ago, you alluded to this. But the total money that was going to be sent from Mr. J.E.'s companies to your companies was broken up into chunks. Right?
3 parts.
Okay. So can you explain to us just what the 3 parts are?
There was the initial investment, which required very little approval and no approval by the regulator. I believe that amount was roughly $2.7 to $3 million. There was what we would call the September 16th close, which was $49.5 million additional. And it was contemplated that in or about 6 months later, we would fund another $50 million into the bank.
The court said, "What do you mean by we would fund?"
The witness said, "I'm sorry. Well, post-September 16th, our executives of the bank would be working for William J.E. and the Hamilton Enterprises, so that's what I meant by we collectively, but it would have been Hamilton's money."
The court said, "Go ahead."
By Mr. Kumraju.
And the latter of the two chunks that you talked about, so not the initial investment that didn't require OCIF approval but the two chunks after that, are we clear?
Yeah.
Those were each to be made pursuant to separate agreements, right?
Yes.
But both sets of agreements were signed on September 16, 2022, right?
Which agreements specifically were signed?
Sorry. I mean the agreement related to the second chunk and the third chunk, right?
I don't recall if we documented the third chunk on the September 16th closing.
Okay. So what agreements were signed? What agreements were signed as part of the September 16th closing?
A number of agreements. Quite a few, actually.
Do you remember any?
I couldn't enumerate them for you.
Okay. Those agreements were agreements that upon, withdrawn. Pursuant to the agreements signed on September 16, 2022. You were expecting that Hamilton was going to wire you money, right?
Yes.
So at least there was one agreement signed on September 16, 2022, that obligated, in your mind, Hamilton to send you money. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And how much money did you believe Hamilton was supposed to send you?
$49.5 million.
Okay. So there was one agreement signed on September 16 of 2022 that you believed obligated Hamilton to send you approximately $49 million. Correct?
Yes.
The court said, "And when was the money due?"
The witness said, "It was actually due on the 16th.
Okay. And you testified on direct that you actually didn't get the money on the 16th, right?
Correct.
And you weren't expecting it because it was late in the day on a Friday, right?
It's reasonable to assume that the wire process might have been slower than hoped. But it could have cleared. It wasn't that late in the day.
Got it. But it didn't shock you.
It did not shock us.
But you had received notification that Hamilton had actually tried to send the wire, right?
The interpreter said, "Counsel, please slow down."
Sorry. You had received notification that Hamilton had tried to send the wire by that time, right?
We received a copy of the wire instructions and receipt that was sent to Hamilton.
All right. So you testified on direct that the reason why the money never made it to Mercantile was because I think you said the U.S. Marshals seized it. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now after the money didn't show up on the 16th, you continued to communicate with Hamilton about the wire. Right?
Yes.
Because you still thought there was a chance for the deal to go through, right?
We didn't know what was happening until almost Thursday of the following week. So about the 22nd or 23rd.
Okay. And you were following up with Hamilton because you wanted to see if there was a way for the deal to keep going. Right?
We wanted to receive the $49.5 million.
Yeah. Pursuant to the investments that Hamilton was going to make, right?
Correct.
And you testified that wire was supposed to come from the Silvergate bank account, right?
Yes.
And you thought that, well, let me ask you this. Withdrawn. There was a OCIF approval in place for the transaction, correct?
Correct.
And did the OCIF approval set a deadline for when the transaction would have to happen?
Yes.
When was that deadline?
September 16th.
Okay. So did you believe that the deal was dead pursuant to the OCIF approval?
No.
Okay. Just to be clear, so I can ask the question.
Sorry.
That's okay. When the money didn't arrive on the 16th, in your view, did that kill the deal under the OCIF approval?
No.
Okay. So the deal could have still gone through even though the OCIF deadline had been missed, right?
Our initial view was if it were nothing more than clerical error. That OCIF would have viewed money received on Monday or Tuesday as sufficient. But that wasn't ultimately the cause of the delay.
Right. But in essence, if you missed the deadline by a few days due to an explainable error, you thought OCIF would let it slip, right?
I wouldn't use that terminology, but
let it go through.
They would understand.
Fair enough. But there was some urgency there then to get that situation resolved, right?
Yeah.
That's why you reached out to the CEO of Silvergate, right?
Correct.
You wanted to push this along, right?
Yes.
Because the faster it got resolved, the better, right?
Yes.
Because at some point, you never know, OCIF's patience may run out, right?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Now Hamilton advised you that the marshals had seized the funds, right?
Yes.
Silvergate Bank wouldn't give you that information, right?
Correct.
And you then had another discussion with Mr. J.E. about potential options to fund the transaction, right?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall speaking to him on the phone about other options?
No.
Okay. So the Silvergate reach-out was the last option you thought they had, is that right?
Once we learned that the funds had been seized by the US government, we did not believe we wanted to be in a position with our regulator to close the transaction because there has to be good reason for funds to be seized.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand the connection between we wanted to complete the transaction and there had to be a good reason for funds being seized. Can you explain that to us?
Until we learned what had happened to the money. Which was about, I believe, Thursday the 22nd, we did not know what had happened to the money. If it was simply a clerical issue, then I believe OCIF would have accepted the transaction and we would be moving on. But that's not what happened. It was seized by the US government, and there's requirements. I'm not a lawyer. I can't describe what those requirements are. But there are requirements of having some legitimacy to seizing the money. And I believe it has to be approved by a court. So from the perspective of BSA and our relationship with the regulator, it did not make sense to expect that the transaction would eventually close with him or anybody else involved in his side of the organizations, him being William J.E.
Did you tell Mr. J.E. that?
I'm not sure if I did.
Now you have personally spoken with the commissioner of OCIF before, right?
Yes.
Did you call the commissioner up and say, hey, this money has been seized? We're calling the transaction off.
That would be very unlike me to do that, so I don't believe I did.
Okay. Did you direct your counsel to write a letter to OCIF saying, hey, the money's been seized. Let's call the deal off?
That is most likely how we communicated, or our counsel called on our behalf.
Okay. But you don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall.
Now you testified during the arbitration proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that testimony was under oath, right?
Yes.
Just like you're under oath today, right?
Yes.
And you remember being asked during your testimony, now. Do you recall a WhatsApp conversation with William where he was trying to redeem his own cash, his own HDO into cash? To try to complete this transaction, and responding, I recall a conversation about that, yes?
Mr. Finkel said, object. This mischaracterizes what defense counsel is trying to impeach on. That's not what the witness testified about at all.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Did you have a WhatsApp conversation with William to try to discuss him redeeming his HDO to fund the transaction?
We had many WhatsApp conversations during that period. It would not have been unreasonable for me to have one about that. I don't recall the specific details.
Okay. You don't recall.
The details.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Then I'd like to pull up just for the witness. I only want you to read it to yourself, okay? And just for the record, I'm showing just the witness and the parties and the court what's been marked with the Bates number Mercantile DOJ 0078835. Okay. Sir, could you just read lines 13 to 17, to yourself, please?
Can you take the blow-up down? I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Does this refresh your recollection about whether you had a WhatsApp conversation with Mr. J.E. about his trying to redeem his HDO into cash to fund the transaction?
It does.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Now could we take that down and could we show just the witness and the parties what's been marked for identification as DX60556? Please. Take a look at that on your screen, sir. Do you have it there?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. These are WhatsApp messages that you received from Mr. J.E., correct?
Yes.
And you received them on September 23, 2022, at 2:01 a.m., correct?
Yeah, the timestamps are unclear if they're US times or Ireland times. Which is where I was at the time.
Okay. But at least what's reflected on the document is 2:01 a.m.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Correct. And the subject matter of Mr. J.E.'s messages involve redeeming money, right?
Yes.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. The defense will offer DX60556, Your Honor.
The court said, any objection?
Mr. Finkel said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 60556 received in evidence.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Could we publish that, please? And could we actually bring up alongside it GXMR 1205? Which is in evidence.
By Mr. Kamraju.
Okay. Do you have both documents on your screen?
Yes. The one ending in 1205 is just a header.
I'll flip through it in a second, but... Mr. Kamraju said, okay. So let's turn the page on 1205 to the first page, please. Okay. Do you see, at the very top of both documents, where it says, messages in chronological order?
Yes.
Okay. And on the left document, do you see what's in the parentheses there?
Times are shown in GMT +00.
Okay. And then on the right document, do you see the same message?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree with me, sir, that both these messages reflect the same time zone, correct?
I just agree that's what the document says.
Okay. Fair enough. These two exhibits both reflect that, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. And so the document on the left, DX60556, says that those messages were sent before the messages on the document on the right, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now you testified on direct that Mr. J.E. did not tell you who this redemption was going to be for initially, correct?
Yes.
Now on the left, in the message from 2:01 a.m., could you please read that to the jury?
They're both from 2:01 a.m.
Let's start with the one at the top.
Okay. Hi, as discussed. My company would like to redeem some money so that we could continue to support the operation of your bank and other entities.
And then what does he go on to say?
We'll send you the instruction in the morning.
Okay. And then in Government Exhibit 1205, he sends you the instruction, right?
I can't see. Oh.
Mr. Kamraju said, you can just put 1205 up on the screen. You can take the other one down.
We talk about my meeting with Masud, we talk about FV Bank. He mentions his doing a normal redemption of a client. Scroll down some more, please. I mention I'm on a call with my attorney. He mentioned documents for ACA. Do I need to go further?
Government Exhibit MR 1205 reflects the only redemption request that Mr. J.E. sent you on September 23, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in the exhibit we were looking at, DX60556, which had the WhatsApp chats from earlier this morning, he said he was going to send you instructions for a redemption. Correct?
Yes.
So the instructions were for this redemption that's referred to in Government Exhibit 1205, correct?
I don't believe the two things are connected.
Okay. So did he send you instructions for any other redemption later that morning?
To be clear, William and I never talked about him using funds to invest in our bank after this moment. He sent a message at 2:01 in the morning that I didn't respond to, and then later, he sent in separately a redemption request via ACA Capital.
Okay. So my question was, did he send you any other redemption requests on the morning of September 23, 2022?
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Kumraju said, then I'm going to move to strike his last answer as non-responsive.
The court said, answer is stricken.
So let me try that question again. Did you?
The court said, so I sustained the asked and answered objection.
Mr. Kumraju said, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought once it was stricken, I had the chance to go back. Fine. How many redemption requests did Mr. J.E. send you on the morning of September 23, 2022?
I believe one.
If we can scroll down to page 3 of this exhibit. Do you see there's a message from Mr. J.E. at 8:29 p.m.? Sorry. Go back. It's the second message from him at 8:29 p.m. Do you see that?
We'll call you on how to complete your banking deal as well.
Right. You only had one banking deal going on with Mr. J.E. at that time, right?
Yes.
And that was the acquisition of Mercantile, right?
Correct.
Now you didn't say to Mr. J.E., during this government exhibit MR 1205, hey, William. We can't do a redemption request because the money's been frozen, right?
I don't recall making that statement.
You didn't make any similar statement either, right?
I don't recall.
You at no point communicated to him that you had a concern about the seizure impacting this redemption request. Correct?
Once I learned of the seizure, I was in listening mode.
Okay. So you didn't convey it to him, right?
I don't recall making a statement like that.
Now you said you were in listening mode. You were in listening mode because you anticipated commencing an arbitration, correct?
We were just simply trying to sort out what was happening.
Okay. But you did commence an arbitration, correct?
We did.
And you commenced that arbitration after learning that the Department of Justice had seized the money. Right?
Yes.
And in fact, you commenced that arbitration pretty quickly after learning that fact, right?
Yes.
Within days. Right?
I don't know the specific number, but it was quickly.
And how about September 30th, 2022, is that when you started the arbitration?
That sounds about right.
Now the DOJ had seized the money, right?
The wire.
Had seized the wire. You were suing for those funds, right?
Correct.
That's what you were claiming as damages, right?
Correct.
How was Hamilton going to pay you that money if the DOJ had seized it?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. What was your understanding of how Hamilton was going to do it?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Why did you file an arbitration seeking the wire money knowing that DOJ had seized it?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, sustained. He did not testify that he was seeking the wire money.
Mr. Kamaraju said, he did, Your Honor.
The court said no.
Okay. Let me try it this way. Why did you file an arbitration asserting damages based on Hamilton's failure to send the wire to you?
Why did we do that? Because I have a responsibility to my shareholders to protect the asset of the bank.
Did you believe that Hamilton had other money that it could use to pay you?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, you may answer.
I don't think that's important to the analysis, given the fact that we had an obligation to protect our legal interest.
So you spent money on the arbitration, correct?
I think that's confidential and privileged.
You paid lawyers, right, sir?
Yes, so that's privileged, I believe.
Well, the judge is right there. I'm not asking you for any communications that you've had. I'm simply saying you paid lawyers.
The court said, so what you and your lawyer talked about, that's what's privileged. But the fact of making a payment is not privileged.
The witness said, I did not make a payment.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. You did not pay.
We did not. We took a contingency arrangement. There might be some minor out-of-pocket fees that we paid for.
Okay. Now, prior to filing the arbitration, you had visibility into the bank accounts that Hamilton had at Mercantile, right?
Yes.
Okay. There was money in those accounts, right?
Yes.
Millions of dollars, right?
Yes.
And there were Himalaya Exchange accounts there too, right?
Yes.
And there were millions of dollars in those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask Mr. J.E. to use any of that money that was at Mercantile Bank to fund the transaction?
It became clear to us at that point in time, once we learned of the government seizure, that the regulator would not support a closing transaction. Nor do I think we could suggest that it would pass BSA standards.
What about before you learned about the seizure?
What about? What's the question about before you learned?
Before you learned about the seizure, did you go to Mr. J.E. and say, why don't you just use the money that's already at the bank?
No.
Now, as of September 16, 2022, it's fair to say that Mercantile had more than $300 million on deposit, right?
We had a lot. I don't remember the exact number.
Okay. Hundreds of millions.
Yes.
Okay. And most of that money came from either the Himalaya Exchange or Hamilton, right?
I believe so.
North of 80%, right?
It was substantial.
Okay. Also hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
Yes.
And of those hundreds of millions of dollars, a significant portion was meant for Himalaya Exchange customer redemptions, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection, Foundation.
The court said, you may answer.
They communicated with our compliance department about the nature of the funds. I don't believe they communicated to us about what their future purpose would be.
Okay. When we looked at the redemption request from Mr. J.E.
Yes.
That was to redeem money from Mercantile.
No.
Well, Mercantile was being asked to send a wire, correct?
Yes, but the redemption was between ACA Capital and Hamilton Exchange, SIC.
Understood. But the end product of that redemption, from Mercantile's perspective, was to wire out money, right?
We received instructions to wire money that was related to the redemption between ACA Capital and the Hamilton Exchange, the Himalaya Exchange.
Okay. And you didn't honor that redemption request, right?
We did not.
But if you had honored it?
Well, I object to calling it a redemption. From our perspective, it's not a redemption request, it's simply a wire request. I did not honor the wire request.
Okay. So let's use that term.
Okay.
Wire request. So let's just make sure we're clear. There was a redemption event that happened. In your mind, within the exchange, right?
Millimeter whom? Yes.
Okay. And then, as a product of that request, then your bank would have wired money out of a specific account at the bank, right?
Correct.
And there was an account designated at the bank for that purpose, right?
Correct.
And that bank was not withdrawn. That account was not limited to only redemption requests related to Mr. J.E. or his companies, right?
I don't know what you mean by limited. The account was in the name of the Himalaya Exchange. The funds redeemed owned by the Himalaya Exchange. They had exclusive authority over the funds. So I don't know what you mean by designation or, it's pretty simple.
I just mean if another Himalaya Exchange customer other than Mr. J.E. had wanted to do a redemption and then receive a wire, they would have come from that same account.
Mr. Finkel said, calls for speculation.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Prior to Mr. J.E. making that request, had Mercantile Bank wired out any money based on a Himalaya Exchange redemption request?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was that the first one you had ever come in contact with?
Me personally? Yes.
Okay. Now you testified that FV Bank is another bank in Puerto Rico, right?
Yes.
And you learned that the Department of Justice had also seized exchange money that was held at FV Bank. Correct?
That was our understanding, based on rumor.
I'm sorry. That was based on rumor?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Mr. J.E. also told you that, right?
Later, yes.
Well, as of September 23, 2022, you guys both knew about that fact, right?
I don't recall the exact day he told us, but they did communicate that.
Mr. Kumraju said, okay. Could we pull up GXMR 1205, please?
The interpreter said, Your Honor, can you please ask both parties to slow down? Thank you.
The court said, all right. Please slow down.
Mr. Kumraju said, I will slow down, Your Honor. I apologize.
By Mr. Kumraju.
Okay. Could you read the third message down?
He only knows FV Bank is frozen. He did not know the fund nor the transaction issues.
Okay. So that's Mr. J.E. talking to you, right?
Yes, on September 23rd.
Okay. And you understood what he meant when he said, he only knows FV Bank is frozen, right?
Yes.
That's the seizure, the DOJ seizure at FV Bank, right?
Well, it says frozen, so it might have been a freeze. It was unclear.
The court said, who is he referring to?
The witness said, Masid, who's the CFO. If you look up earlier, I'm saying I'm speaking to Masid at 11. And I asked if he was aware of what's happening. And he said, he only knows FV Bank is frozen.
Now at the time of this message, the Department of Justice had not seized any money yet at Mercantile Bank, right?
No.
That wouldn't happen until much later, right?
Correct.
But based on the FV Bank seizure, you had concerns that the DOJ would come and seize money at Mercantile. Right?
I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. Mr. Kumraju said, I'm sorry, but would you mind reading it back, please?
The court said, go ahead.
Record read.
We just didn't know. If you say I have concerns, we had concerns about many things.
That was one of them.
Yes.
And so you approached the exchange about taking a compliance fee, right?
We didn't approach them. We notified them.
Okay. You told them.
Yes.
We're going to take a compliance fee.
Legal and compliance.
Okay. And the legal and compliance fee was going to be 10% of what was in the Himalaya and Hamilton accounts at your bank. Right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And the exchange objected, right?
Yes.
You took the money anyway, right?
Yes.
And it was about roughly $28 million, correct?
That sounds about right.
And you pulled that money out of the customer bank accounts, right?
No.
You put it into its own restricted account, right?
I didn't pull the money out of the customer bank accounts.
Okay. So the $28 million that we've been talking about, it stayed in the same Hamilton accounts?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying.
Okay. Sorry. It might have been a confusing question. Go ahead.
We took the money out of the Himalaya and Hamilton-related accounts and put it aside.
Okay. Into its own account, right?
I don't recall the specific structure, but that sounds right.
But an account that wasn't in Hamilton or Himalaya Exchange's name, right?
Correct. Correct.
And as a result, withdrawn. And you did that because you were worried that the Department of Justice was going to seize the Hamilton and Exchange accounts at Mercantile and thus you wouldn't be able to take that $28 million. Correct?
I have legal opinions from my internal and external counsel that.
No. I just want to.
Let me answer the question.
No. I just want to make sure you didn't disclose any of the actual.
That's why I'm flagging it. Much of that was handled by them. So it's hard for me to agree with the characterization of your words, but that is not unreasonable.
Okay. And like I said, not asking for your communications with counsel, just for what's in your head. That made sense to you, right?
That's a reasonable approach.
And that's the approach you took.
I believe that's the approach we took.
Now the Department of Justice came and asked for that money back, right?
Yes.
And you gave them some of that money back, right?
Yes.
But not all of it, right, sir?
No.
Mercantile kept around $5 million, right?
I don't remember the precise number, but that's approximately right.
Okay. And I'm not holding you to a precise dollar figure, but it's in that area, right?
Yup.
And Mercantile spent that money, right?
We posted it with attorneys too.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
We posted it with attorneys. That we felt like we needed representation because of all the noise that's going around.
Okay. So you used it to hire lawyers, right?
Yes.
And you were using it to pay the bank's legal fees, right?
Yes.
And that was money that had come from Himalaya Exchange customers, right?
No.
So it was not your understanding that the ultimate source of that money was Himalaya Exchange customers. Sir, that's your testimony.
Mr. Finkel said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Now you originally took your legal and compliance fee because you thought you had certain obligations to the government. Right?
And we needed to defend ourselves because we didn't know what was happening.
Right. And both your defense obligations and your obligations to the government required you to respond to requests for information. Right?
Yes.
And you wanted to be able to pay lawyers to do that, right?
Yes.
But you didn't want to spend your own money on that, right?
I'm not following you.
Well, you didn't want to spend money that the bank already had, right?
We didn't believe we contractual needed to. We could spend the deduction that we took out of the account because that's what the contract says.
Okay. And that contract that you're referring to says that you can take money out for compliance and legal costs, right?
Yes.
But that's not all you used the money for, is it, sir?
I'm not sure.
Well, didn't you use some of the money to buy an F1 sponsorship?
No.
You don't recall testifying to that during arbitration?
I don't believe we used the money for legal and compliance to buy an F1 sponsorship. We did buy an F1 Academy sponsorship, which was much cheaper than an F1 sponsorship. That was the first women's league for F1 drivers.
Okay. Did the bank have its own money that it could spend on that academy sponsorship?
Yes.
So the bank had the money to spend on the academy sponsorship, but not on its own legal bills, right?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
We were just operating according to our contractual rights.
Did your contractual rights allow you to exercise control over fraud proceeds?
That's a question that really an attorney needs to answer.
I'm just asking your understanding, sir.
I don't have an understanding of it.
So that never occurred to you?
I think we had it reviewed by counsel and they responded.
Okay. So even though you moved money out of those accounts and then spent it on corporate expenses, the Department of Justice has never suggested that they were going to charge you or anybody at Mercantile with a crime. Right?
They have never said that they would not charge me with a crime.
I asked the other question, sir.
What was the other question?
Have they ever said that they're going to?
No.
These folks here have never said that to you, right?
No.
And you're here, you don't have any kind of agreement with them with respect to that, right?
Be more specific. I don't know what you mean.
Have you ever heard of a non-prosecution agreement?
Not really. This is my first criminal trial.
Okay. So it's fair to say you don't have one with them, right?
I do not have a non-prosecution agreement.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
The court said redirect?
Redirect examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Collins. Do you know what representations Miles Guo made to customers of the Himalaya Exchange concerning whether, do you know what representations Miles Guo made to the customers of the Himalaya Exchange?
Other than some of the marketing material I've seen, which I'm not sure I'd style as representations, I don't really have knowledge.
Do you speak Mandarin?
No.
Do you know what the H-coin lockup is?
No.
Do you know what AII is?
No.
What about A10? Do you know what that is?
A 10. I feel like that came across in something I looked at. But I really don't know what it is.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can pull up MER 8, please. You were asked some questions during cross-examination about the redemption or wire transfer that William J. sought to get out of Mercantile Bank. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Now can you tell us, please, where William J. wanted to send that redemption, that wire?
To a bank called First Abu Dhabi Bank based in the UAE.
Did he suggest sending it to Silvergate Bank?
No.
Did he suggest sending it to Mercantile Bank?
No.
You were asked on cross about whether you thought there was a difference between the messages that you received at 2 a.m. and the sort of rest of the messages with respect to a different transaction. Do you believe there's a difference between the two?
Very much so.
Can you explain why?
As I mentioned, I didn't respond to the prior messages. We never had a conversation about how they could continue the transaction with the bank because we made it was clear to us that the regulator wouldn't approve the transaction. Nor did I feel comfortable proceeding with a partner that appeared to be the target of serious criminal prosecutions.
You were asked some questions about Mercantile's due diligence. Is that correct, on cross-examination?
Yes.
And I believe you said that part of the due diligence process is relying on attestations by the client?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
We ask all clients to make certain attestations for some of it's simple. Like who are the UBOs of the business, and we rely on their statements in part to understand the reality.
So the passing of due diligence by Himalaya Exchange relied on statements made by employees of the Himalaya Exchange. Is that fair to say?
Very much so.
And the passing of due diligence by G Clubs relied on statements made by employees of G Clubs. Is that fair to say?
Very much so.
And same for G fashion. Is that true as well?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about what evidence you may have seen regarding the Himalaya exchange and the UPO event. Do you remember those questions?
Vaguely.
Have you attended this trial?
No.
Do you know who the other witnesses are at this trial?
No.
Do you know what the testimony has been or the exhibits that have been introduced?
No.
Is part of the due diligence process at Mercantile Bank obtaining recordings of meetings between Miles Guo, Yvette Wang, and William J. about use of funds?
Mr. Kumraju said, object to the form.
No. No.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Have you heard recordings of William J. Miles Guo and Yvette Wang discussing use of G Club's funds?
No.
Mr. Kumraju said, same objection.
The court said, overruled.
Fair to say those recordings are not part of your due diligence process at Mercantile?
I'm not sure we knew they existed.
Do you know who Haitham Khaled is?
No.
The term, like-minded individuals, was that your term or Ana Izquierdo's term?
Honestly, I don't have a strong recollection of who uttered that into existence.
Mr. Finkel said, one moment, please. Did you ever buy HCN?
No.
Did you ever buy HTO?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
The court said recross?
Mr. Kumraju said, no, thank you, Your Honor.
The court said you may step out.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the prosecution may call its next witness.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Your Honor. The government calls Christine Frossini.
The law clerk said, please raise your right hand.
Witness sworn.
The law clerk said, please be seated.
The court said, please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, Christine Frossini. Christine, Frossini, Frossini.
The court said, you may inquire.
Christine Frossini, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon, Ms. Frossini.
Good afternoon.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a broker associate.
If I could ask you to speak into the microphone. If you could just pull it towards you.
I'm a broker associate for Prominent Properties Sotheby's.
And what is Prominent Properties Sotheby's?
Real estate firm.
How long have you been a realtor?
For 22 years.
What sort of properties do you buy or sell?
Mostly residential.
What types of clients do you have?
All sorts. I have first-time buyers, repeat buyers, all different levels.
What geographic area do you work in?
Bergen County.
And in what state is that?
New Jersey.
Were you involved with the purchase of the property located at 675 Ramapo Valley Drive in Mahwah, New Jersey?
Yes.
What is the name by which you know that property?
Crocker Mansion.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please pull up for the witness Government Exhibit 134. Ms. Frossini, do you recognize Government Exhibit 134?
Yes.
What is it?
Crocker Mansion in Mahwah, New Jersey.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit 134.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may I just ask one question?
The court said yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you.
Voir dire examination. By Ms. Shrofa.
You didn't take the photograph, right, Ms. Frossini?
The witness said, no.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you very much. No objection, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 134 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, if we could publish that, please.
By Ms. Murray.
And if you could describe for the jury, please, Ms. Frossini. What part of the Crocker Mansion are we looking at the front of this picture?
This is the front of the estate.
And so if you could describe where, if at all, one would approach the mansion, based on this photo.
This is the front of the estate where you have a circular drive.
Ms. Murray said, and Ms. Loftus, we can take that down. If we could now put up, for the witness only, please. Government Exhibits 145 and 146. Starting on the left with 145, Ms. Frossini, do you recognize what's depicted in Government Exhibit 145?
Yes, that's the entryway from Ramapo Valley Road to the estate.
And looking on the right at Government Exhibit 146, do you recognize what's depicted in that exhibit?
You know, the house is kind of small there, but it looks like the property.
Which property?
The property of Crocker Mansion.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibits 145 and 146.
Ms. Schrofa said, May I just, Your Honor?
The court said you may.
Voir dire examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Ms. Frossini, you didn't take these photographs either, correct?
No.
Ms. Schrofa said, I have no objection.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's Exhibits 145 and 146 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, if we could please publish, Ms. Loftus. And now that the jury can see it, Ms. Loftus, on the left. On Government Exhibit 145, could you please zoom in on the plaque that is shown?
And Ms. Frossini, could you please read what's on that plaque?
Crocker Mansion, 675, Ramapo Valley Road.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can take that down.
Ms. Frossini, what was your role, if any, in the purchase of the Crocker Mansion?
I represented the buyer.
And again, if you could just pull the microphone straight in front of you.
I'm sorry.
Acoustics are tricky here. Thank you. Who was the buyer that you represented?
The buyer was Taurus Fund.
Approximately when did your involvement with this real estate purchase begin?
November 27th, 28 of 2021.
And who was your primary contact for the buyer, the Taurus Fund?
An attorney called Aaron Mitchell.
Did you know Aaron Mitchell before this real estate deal had started?
No. Actually, the call came in from Sotheby's International. And they had answered that incorrectly.
And when you say the call came in, can you describe what you mean by that?
Yes, the Aaron Mitchell contacted Philip White, who's the CEO of Sotheby's International Real Estate. And Philip White contacted the co-owner of Prominent Properties Sotheby's to tell him that he had a client that wanted to see a couple of homes. And then I was called in on it to help the buyer.
Did there come a time when you had a discussion with Aaron Mitchell regarding his interest in purchasing a property?
They contacted me to tell me the properties they were interested in seeing.
And what properties, if any, did you discuss with Mitchell during that initial conversation?
The two properties that they wanted to see, which was Crocker Mansion and another property in Hyde Park, New York.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please put up and publish Government Exhibit 128.
Ms. Frossini, do you recognize the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 128?
It looks like Aaron Mitchell.
Ms. Murray said, thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can take that down.
Ms. Frossini, in order to show those two properties you mentioned, what, if anything, did you need from Aaron Mitchell?
I needed proof of funds. When you show properties at that level, the sellers require proof of funds from the buyer.
And what do you mean by proof of funds?
Proof of funds basically is that the buyer can afford the property and it either comes in the format of a letter from the buyer's attorney or some people provide bank accounts and they blank out the bank numbers.
And did Aaron Mitchell provide you with proof of funds?
Yes.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please show the witness what's marked as Government Exhibit 1100. If we could just flip through a few of the pages, please.
Ms. Frossini, what is this Government Exhibit 1100?
What?
What information is contained in this exhibit?
Right here is a copy of the listing for Crocker Mansion.
And flipping through the remaining pages of this Government Exhibit, Is it fair to say that this is your file from the deal for the Crocker Mansion?
Yes, the executed contract. That's the executed contract where both parties signed.
The court said, Ms. Frossini, if you would draw the microphone close to your mouth so that we can hear you.
The witness said, I'm sorry,
The court said, you can move closer and move the chair closer.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit 1100.
The court said, any objection?
Ms. Schrofa said, No, Your Honor.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1100 received in evidence.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish Government Exhibit 1100 at page 63. And we can zoom in on the top portion.
By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Frossini, what is this?
Yes. That's the proof of funds.
And what is the date on this letter?
November 25th, 2021.
Who sent this letter?
Aaron Mitchell.
Looking at the top left. What is the name that's associated with the letterhead on this letter that Aaron Mitchell sent?
Lowell and Mitchell, LLC.
And what does the subject line or the regarding line read for this letter?
Family Trust Real Estate Purchase.
If I could ask you now to read the main paragraph of this letter, starting with this firm.
This firm represents Meg Guo and her family trust and has done so for many years. I am aware of Ms. Guo's financial wherewithal and can confirm that she is in funds to purchase real estate in cash in an amount she determines, up to the full asking price of the property she currently wishes to view, and, further, that such funds shall be held in escrow by this firm to complete any transaction entered into by Ms. Guo or her designated entity. I trust this is sufficient, but should you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact me.
Ms. Frossini, at this time did you know who Meg Guo was?
No.
Today, do you know who Meg Guo is?
I've met her.
Who is she?
The daughter.
The daughter of whom?
Of Mr. and Mrs. Guo.
What, if anything, did you understand Meg Guo's involvement to be with this real estate purchase?
To purchase the home.
How, if at all, was Meg Guo involved in the purchase?
Excuse me?
How, if at all, was Meg Guo, the daughter, involved in the purchase?
Ms. Schrofa said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
The witness said, I met her.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
The witness said, I'm sorry?
The court said, go ahead.
I met Ms. Guo once or twice at the house, Crocker Mansion.
And this letter refers to the property she currently wishes to view. What property, if any, is that referring to?
So this was used to view Hyde Park and Crocker Mansion.
And did there come a time when you showed those two properties to members of the Guo family?
Yes.
Which property did you show first?
Hyde Park.
Ms. Murray said, we can take that down, Ms. Loftus, for the moment. Can you please describe the Hyde Park property for the jury?
Hyde Park was a unique property that was located on the Hudson River, very modern style.
What was the approximate size of that property?
You know what, I don't recall the square footage of that home.
Would you describe it as a large home?
Not really. I mean, to some it may be large, but, it wasn't huge.
And who, if anyone, went to the showing at the Hyde Park property?
Mr. and Mrs. Guo, and then there were the driver. I drove myself and met them there. But they had a driver and a couple of security personnel.
Do you know Mr. Guo's first name?
Miles.
And his wife, do you know her name?
No.
Did Meg Guo attend that showing of the Hyde Park property?
She couldn't, and Aaron Mitchell said she couldn't go.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection to the hearsay, Your Honor.
The court said, don't say what someone else said. Just answer, did she or did she not attend?
The witness said, I'm sorry.
No.
Did Aaron Mitchell attend that showing?
No.
Can you describe how long the showing took at the Hyde Park property?
Maybe an hour.
During that showing, did you communicate with Mr. Guo?
A little.
How did you communicate with him?
I introduced myself. We walked through the house with the other brokers. You know, there was always a little bit of a communication. I couldn't understand with the English that well.
In what language did you communicate with Mr. Guo?
Me? English.
Do you know whether he speaks any other languages?
Chinese. I don't know what dialect.
And Ms. Frossini, do you speak any dialect of Chinese?
No.
Do you understand any dialect of Chinese?
No.
So during the Hyde Park showing what, if anything, did Guo say about that property?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection. It's hearsay."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
They just really walked through the rooms.
And when you say, they, to whom are you referring?
Mr. and Mrs. Guo.
When was the second showing of the Crocker mansion?
After. So from that estate, we went to Mawa, to Crocker Mansion.
Was that the same day?
Yes.
Before we talk about the showing, can you describe the Crocker mansion for the jury?
Crocker Mansion is an estate, a replica of an estate in England, big estate, on 12 acres.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish Government Exhibit 1100 at page 1. Ms. Frossini, what type of document is this?
This is called a listing.
And for which property?
This is for Crocker Mansion.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could zoom in on the top portion, please. Looking at the photo here, Ms. Frossini, is that a photo of the Crocker mansion?
Yes, it is.
And to the right, kind of the first line of text, last LP, do you see that? Ms. Murray said, we could highlight it, Ms. Loftus.
Yes.
What does that refer to?
That means the last listing price, which means, you know. That was the current listing price at that time.
And then looking down several lines, there's original LP. Ms. Murray said, if we could highlight that, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Frossini, what does that refer to?
The original listing price.
And so for the Crocker mansion, actually, on what date was this report run, looking at the top right?
So looking at the top, this was listed February 16, 2021.
And for that listing, the last listing price was what?
The last listing price was $33 million.
Ms. Murray said, if we could zoom out on that portion, please, Ms. Loftus. And zoom in on the paragraph that begins down the page. Ms. Frossini, can you please read this paragraph from the listing description for Crocker Mansion?
One of the world's magnificent and rare estates. Darlington is an architectural masterpiece located within 25 miles of New York City. Originally constructed in 1907?
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, may we just have her slow down because of the translation, please? Thank you.
The court said, so just speak more slowly, please.
Okay. Originally constructed in 1907, this estate has been meticulously restored, offering approximately 50,000 square feet of spectacular living space and more than 12 acres of marvelous grounds framed by the Ramapo Mountains. 21 bedrooms, 19 plus bathrooms, rare woods, stonework and craftsmanship throughout. Reception rooms of grand proportions include great hall, library, tea room, and formal dining room. Restaurant-style kitchen, movie theater, billiard room, indoor lap pool with spa, massage room, wine room, game room, gym, outdoor pool with cabana, majestic gardens with 2 fountains, tennis court, 8-car garage. Interior design and furnishings by the world's top designers and artisans. For detailed property information, see link on amenity report, added to documents.
And in the first sentence there's a reference to Darlington. What does that refer to?
I'm not the listing agent. So,
do you have an understanding whether this paragraph refers to what you know as the Crocker Mansion?
Yes.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, can we please go to page 64 of Government Exhibit 1100? Ms. Frossini, what is this document?
This is what's called an amenity sheet, which highlights home features of the home.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Murray.
And focusing at the top of this document, can you read what the bolded text reads?
Welcome to Darlington, 675, Ramapo Valley Road, Mahwah.
And that address, 675 Ramapo Valley Road, that's the address of the Crocker Mansion, correct?
Correct.
If we could zoom in on the top third, please, Ms. Loftus. Are these photos of the Crocker Mansion?
Yes.
Let's go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. If we could zoom in a bit so it's easier to see. Ms. Frossini. Generally speaking, what is this?
This is a list of the renovations that the seller did from 2008 to 2018.
I'm not going to go through bullet by bullet. Ms. Loftus, if we could go to the next page, please. And then the next page. Ms. Frossini, generally speaking. What was the extent of the renovations that had been done as of the time of the showing?
Enormous extent.
And what areas of the Crocker Mansion had been renovated at the time of the showing?
The entire home.
So that's 1100 at page 67, can we put that back up? If you could just focus on the very last line of text there. Ms. Frossini, can you read that last line here?
Approximate cost of material and labor performed between 2008/2018 is $19 million.
Thank you, Ms. Loftus. We can take that down now. So turning to your showing of the Crocker Mansion. Who attended that showing?
Mrs. and Mr. Guo, myself, the seller, the driver, the Guo's driver, and a couple security men.
What type of car did the Guos arrive in for that showing?
I don't remember.
Did you ride with the Guos to that showing?
No.
Approximately how long did the showing take?
It was longer than Hyde Park. I'm guessing to say over an hour.
What, if anything, did Mr. Guo say about the Crocker Mansion during that showing?
Ms. Shrofa said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
What, if anything, did Miles Guo, Mr. Guo, say about the Crocker Mansion during the showing?
Comments about the detail of the home basically.
What are some examples of those comments?
The detail of the millwork of the home and the quality of the home.
Based on your observations during that showing, what impression, if any, did you have of how Mr. Guo intended to use the Crocker Mansion?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection.
The court said, if you'd step up, please.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, you said based on your observations how did he intend to use the home? I don't know that she can state his intention other than by what he may have said.
Ms. Murray said, right. So it is based on her observations. It's 701 opinion. She's a real estate broker for 22 years. She taken people on showings. The question is whether she formed an understanding during the showing from. As Your Honor said, from what she overheard or what she observed or conversations she had, for example. Whether it was to be a family home, a residence.
The court said, I would like you to be more specific about observation.
Ms. Murray said, I can draw that out a little more.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, we have a relevance objection.
The court said, this is very relevant. Ms. Shroff, this is highly relevant as to the purpose of the home.
Ms. Shrofa said, I know you're ruling against me, but I just want to make my record for a minute. It's fine. Of course the court's ruling is always fine. I do believe that a real estate agent's impression or observation of why a person is buying a property is actually not relevant. The only relevance here would be nobody's impression. Whether or not the government can prove why he did or did not buy Mahwah is something they can prove elsewhere. But not by a real estate agent's impression of what she thinks.
The court said what he stated, what he communicated.
Ms. Shrofa said, but he never stated anything.
The court said, that has not been established that he stated nothing. He talked about comments about the millwork.
Ms. Shrofa said, as to the purpose. The purpose of the I don't feel well today, so you're going to have to excuse me. The purpose of the mansion is not impacted at all by the millwork. And also it's again her impression of why he was buying the property is irrelevant. And most importantly here, they've projected that it is Megwa who is the buyer of the property. So it's Megwa's letter they have introduced as the potential buyer of the property.
The court said, she can comment about statements made to her. Statements she may have overheard that may indicate the intended use of the property. That's my ruling.
Continued on next page. In open court. By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Frossini, directing your attention again to the showing of the Crocker mansion, what, if anything, do you recall about what Miles Guo said about the property during that showing?
Not really any comments, that I love the home or anything like that. Thank you very much. We'll talk it over and get back to you.
What, if anything, did Miles Guo say during that showing about potential alteration or renovation to the property?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection. She's answered to what Miles Guo said.
The court said you may answer.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What, if anything, did Miles Guo say during the showing about potential alterations or renovations to the property?
Nothing. That was the first time that they saw the house.
Now, after the showing of the Crocker mansion, what happened next?
Next was and again, this was 2021, but I don't remember the time, the exact day. But I got a call from Aaron Mitchell that they wanted to proceed with an offer.
They you're referring to, Aaron Mitchell said they want to proceed with an offer. Whom did you understand him to be referring to?
He said his client.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection to the hearsay. Objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
His client.
And, Ms. Frossini, generally speaking, how did you communicate with Aaron Mitchell involving the Crocker mansion deal?
We text and phone calls.
Ms. Loftus, if we can display for the witness what's been marked as Government Exhibit 1101. And if we could scroll through this. Ms. Frossini, what type of document is in Government Exhibit 1101?
These are texts that I received from Aaron Mitchell and my responses. So it's both of our text back and forth.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit 1101.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection. Your Honor, it's hearsay.
The court said, overruled. It is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 1101 received in evidence. By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish this, and we can zoom in on this top portion that's the full screen. Thank you. Ms. Frossini, the name of the contact here at the top of this chat message, can you read that?
Aaron.
And the first message we see here, what is the date of that?
November 27th, 2021.
Now, in these messages are the messages that you sent in blue or in gray.
Blue.
And then the gray messages are from Aaron Mitchell, is that right?
Correct.
If we could go, please, Ms. Loftus, to page 3. So looking at the date here.
November 28th, 2021.
And looking at the bottom message in blue, can you read what that message says? That's from you to Aaron Mitchell?
Wanted to keep conversation going. They can have estate for $28 million furnished. FYI. Original asking price was $39 million, adjusted price to $33 million in June. You can call me later. Thanks.
And the reference in that letter to estate, what is that estate?
Crocker Mansion.
If we could go to the next page, please. Looking in the middle in the gray message from Aaron Mitchell. What does that message read?
The nothing crazy one?
Correct.
Nothing crazy about the property, right? Violent history, stories of haunting, etc.
What was your response to that message from Aaron Mitchell?
Mr. Guo asked me that about ghost, no violence that I know of. Call me when you're done with dinner.
What were you referring to here with respect to some conversation you had with Mr. Guo about ghost?
Sometimes buyers will ask if there's been any violence in the homes or oddities in the homes.
With respect to Mr. Guo in particular, what was your conversation with him?
About that question?
Correct.
That I would find out.
What, if anything, did he ask you?
I'm sorry.
What, if anything, had he asked you that's referenced here?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor. That's hearsay and it's asked and answered about this exact conversation twice before."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
He asked, if there were any ghost in the house.
When had he asked you that?
When we were at the property, when he saw the property.
And the next message, Ms. Frossini, what is the date of that? It's at the bottom of this page.
November 29th, 2021.
Ms. Loftus, if we can zoom on that message from Ms. Frossini. Ms. Frossini. There's a reference in this message to the foundation. Can you read that sentence? It starts with please let
the foundation know that the owner is putting a detailed package of information together for them to review. I will forward to you tomorrow. It's a lot of detail. I can also go to the town and request to look at the file as well. As far as known cemetery, fires, etc. The answer is no. Chris.
Now, Ms. Frossini, what's the foundation that you're referring to here?
The buyer.
And what was the name of that buyer?
Well, again, the name on the proof of funds was Magua Family Trust. But the name of the buyer when we're in contract is Taurus Foundation.
And, Ms. Loftus, if we could go to the next page, please. Actually, the following page, excuse me. Ms. Frossini, focusing on your message here, the second message on the page, what date and time was that sent?
December 1st, 2021.
And can you read just the first sentence of that message after, "Hi Aaron"?
Owner asked me to put in writing, so I will put together a contract of sale. Please email me the title of who's purchasing the property along with their address. Can we put 10% right after attorney review concludes, which is usually a 3-day deal? Let me know about closing date. Let me know about closing date. Owners are fine with now December or January. And who is going to be signing this, you?
Now, Ms. Frossini. What were you asking for with the language about the title of who's purchasing the property?
Because I needed to know who the title of the buyer would be on the contract when I write it up.
And what were you asking about in the last sentence when you said, who's going to be signing this, you?
Because we do contracts electronically now. So I needed to know whose name or LLC or whatever it was going to be. I needed to know who that was in order for me to finalize the contract.
And if we could go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Looking at the top. Same date you texted Aaron Mitchell again, and what was his response at 5:47 p.m. on December 1st?
Need to speak to someone in UK repurchasing entity. We'll get back to you tomorrow a.m.
Ms. Frossini, do you know whom Aaron Mitchell was going to speak with?
No.
By this point in the sale, had you heard of Taurus Fund SP?
No.
It continues here, if we could look at the next message from Aaron Mitchell. It says, would it be possible for the father to come back to the house tomorrow, 10 a.m., and meet Vinny as well? Who did you understand the father to be?
Mr. Guo.
And who did you understand Vinny to be?
He managed the property for the seller.
The next message from Aaron Mitchell begins with, one concern the mother had was the AC was loud. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who did you understand the mother to be?
Mrs. Guo.
And that's Miles Guo's wife, is that right?
Correct.
If we can go to the next page please, Ms. Loftus. Looking at the second message on this page from Aaron Mitchell, the second gray message on this page.
December 2nd, 2021.
And Aaron Mitchell text, they are 5 minutes out. Who did you understand that to refer to?
The buyers.
And then at 2:59 p.m. that same day, what did you text to Aaron Mitchell?
What did I text?
MMHM. In the blue, if we could highlight that, Ms. Loftus.
FYI, they just left.
Ms. Frossini, Do you recall a visit to the Crocker mansion by the Guos on December 2, 2021?
Yes, we had a visit. The date, again it was 2 years ago, but, yes. We were there.
What happened during that visit?
They looked at the house in more detail.
Can you walk us through what you recall about that visit on December 2nd?
That they went through the house in more detail, every room. And I wasn't with them all the time because I just let the buyers go off, especially when they're there a second time. They want to talk amongst themselves.
And for this visit, who attended? Who were the buyers that came to that visit?
You know what, I don't really remember.
Do you remember whether Mr. Guo, Miles Guo, attended that visit?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, you may answer.
Yes, and the daughter may have been there that day. I don't remember the days, but, yeah. I don't remember exactly who was there. I mean, Mr. Guo was there, and I believe maybe the daughter that day. But again, I can't promise it was that day.
Focusing on Mr. Guo in particular, did you have any discussions with Mr. Guo that day during that visit?
Casual conversation possibly. Again, there was a language little difficulty. But casual conversation here and there. Again, I didn't walk through the whole entire house with them.
If we could go, Ms. Loftus, to the next page, please. Looking at the top text here from you to Aaron Mitchell, what is the date?
December 3rd, 2021.
Can you read that message?
Aaron, if I were to get seller to agree to 26 closing December 20th, do you think that would work?
What is the 26 here a reference to?
You know what, I'm looking at this myself here. You know what, I don't know.
Looking down a bit further, there's a text from Aaron Mitchell, middle of the page. What information is he requesting about the seller?
Do you have seller's full name so I can put in a letter?
And then a few messages down he sent another text that begins with email. Do you see that?
Emailed you letter. Let me know if you need anything else.
If we could go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. This is again the same day, December 3rd. The message from Aaron Mitchell that begins, "Hi, can you read that, please?"
Hi, Chris, do you have the floor plans for Crocker?
And what was your response?
I'll get it. Were they happy with sellers accepting their offer? Seller may want to wait for me to send it until we have the signed contract. I'll let you know.
And what was Aaron Mitchell's response to that text?
They were more focused on getting it ready for their taste, so if I can get them quickly, great.
Ms. Frossini, did you have an understanding of who the they was that Aaron Mitchell was referring to?
Yes.
Who?
Again, the buyers.
And who were the buyers?
Ms. Schrofa said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
The buyers were the Guo family.
Ms. Loftus, we can take that down. If we could pull up for the witness, please, Government Exhibit 1102. If we could scroll through. Ms. Frossini, do you recognize the document in Government Exhibit 1102?
These were the floor plans that were given to me by the seller.
Have you reviewed this exhibit previously?
When I received it.
Are these various documents relating to the Crocker Mansion deal?
Correct.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, the government offers Government Exhibit 1102.
Ms. Schrofa said, objection, Your Honor. May we have a sidebar?
The court said, okay.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, the document is an email exchange between a person named Gladys Chow and the realtor. There is no relationship or co-conspirator argument that would make these exchanges admissible, and they are written hearsay. So for those reasons, the email exchanges between Ms. Chow and the real estate agent we would object to.
The court said, what do they say?
Ms. Schrofa said, she asks a lot of questions and the real estate agent replies. She asks about furnishings. She asks for recommendation for decorators. She asks for how and who she should use to refurbish the place. There's no hearsay exception to Ms. Chow's interaction with the real estate agent.
The court said, "Who is Ms. Chow?"
Ms. Shrofa said, "Ms. Chow is an employee."
The court said of?
Ms. Shrofa said, "I believe she's an employee. I'm not sure technically who she is an employee for." I really think you should not laugh or scoff at me, Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Finkel said, "I'm not laughing at you. I was laughing at your response."
Ms. Shrofa said, "That's the same thing, my response."
Mr. Finkel said, "I apologize, Miss Schroff."
Ms. Shrofa said, "Ms. Chow's communication with the real estate agent are hearsay, and for those reasons we would object."
Ms. Murray said, "Your Honor, Ms. Chow is an agent of Miles Guo. She is communicating with the real estate agent as she's communicated with various other people on behalf of Mr. Guo. Asking questions from Mr. Guo, taking responses back to Mr. Guo. Indeed. Gladys Chow was on the list of potential attorney-client privilege that defense counsel provided to the government a year ago. Because they said that she was an interpreter in an assistant relationship with Mr. Guo. She was so close that she might be privy to privileged communication. She is frequently communicating. Not only with Mrs. Frossini, but with various other people, including, for example, Paolo Sozzi, one of the government's anticipated witnesses about additional renovations. And she is conveying information from Mr. Guo and providing it back to Mr. Guo. She's clearly an agent and there's an exception."
The court said, "These emails come in. Let's move on."
Ms. Shrofa said, "There's no evidence in the record about the facts that Ms. Murray has recited at sidebar. There's been no testimony to this effect. There's been no testimony about Ms. Chow. There's been no testimony about a potential witness to come obviously because the witness has not yet testified. There's no establishment of an agency relationship between Ms. Chow and Mr. Guo. And the fact that she would be on a privilege could also reflect the fact that she translated for him after his arrest in the jail. So for those reasons, there's been no establishment of an agency relationship between Gladys Chow and Mr. Guo. Additionally, Your Honor, the government knows this full well because they approached Ms. Chow and sought to speak to her and she declined. None of this is in evidence, therefore, I continue to object on hearsay."
Ms. Murray said, "Your Honor, I certainly intend to ask Ms. Frossini the next question who Ms. Chow was and what the nature was of her interaction with Ms. Chow."
The court said, "The email comes in.
Government's Exhibit 1102 received in evidence. Continued on next page. In open court, jury present.
The court said, "Go ahead."
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Loftus, if you can publish what's now in evidence as Government Exhibit 1102. Let's go to page 63. If we could zoom in on this email at the bottom, please. Ms. Frossini, what is the date of this email?
December 3rd, 2021.
And who sent this email?
Aaron Mitchell.
If you could read the email that you received from Aaron Mitchell?
Does this work to show interest intent? Let me know if he wants deposit, etc., or if he is good with the number. His attorney can speak to our attorney handling the closing.
And if we could go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus, and zoom in on the content portion here. Ms. Frossini, what is this?
This is a letter of intent.
For what property?
4675, Ramapo Valley Road, Crocker Mansion in Moa.
What is the date of this letter of intent?
December 3rd, 2021.
I'm going to read the letter. Thank you for taking the time to show representatives of my client your property at 675 Ramapo Valley Road in Moa, New Jersey. My client has authorized me to formally offer $26 million to purchase the property. This would be a cash deal. Per your request, closing would occur on or before December 20th, 2021. First of all, who did you understand the representatives of my client to be in this letter?
I don't know why he wrote it that way.
This refers to.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Objection. Move to strike as non-responsive."
The court said, "Sustained." If you'll read back the question, please, and listen to the question and answer that question.
You said thank you for taking the time to show representatives of my client. I don't know what he means. Aaron Rodgers means by show representatives instead of saying my client or the buyers. Maybe that's his term to say representatives.
Ms. Strofa said, Your Honor, I move to strike everything after, I don't know what he means.
The court said from maybe I'm striking. Go ahead.
Ms. Frossini, the reference here to showing certain people the property. Whom did you show the property to who was associated with Aaron Mitchell?
Ms. Strofa said, Objection to the leading.
The Guo family.
The court said, sustained. Who did you show the property to?
The witness said, the Guo family.
If we could go to Government Exhibit 1102 at page 19, please. Looking at this email at the top. What is the date of this email?
December 6, 2021.
And what property is this regarding according to the subject line?
675, Ramapo Valley Road.
At the top of the content of the email starting with sent, there's some text in bold and italics. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that read?
Sent on behalf of Bruce E. Whitaker.
Who is Bruce E. Whitaker?
The seller's attorney.
And looking at the first sentence here, start with attach. What does that read?
Attach is a fully executed contract. Please note that I have made one modification to paragraph 3C, which is to have the deposit held in our trust account. Please have buyer initial this modification.
And if we could go, Ms. Loftus, to page 21. That's the attached contract. Ms. Frossini. If we could focus on item 7 down to the bottom, Ms. Frossini. Ms. Frossini. Who's listed as the seller on this signed contract?
Crocker Mansion Estate, LLC.
And who is the buyer?
Taurus Fund SP.
What did you understand Taurus Fund SP to be?
I don't know. I didn't ask.
In your real estate practice, how often, if at all, are entities the buyers of properties?
Ms. Strofa said, Objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
For significant properties, they won't put their personal name. It will be either LLCs or trusts.
Do you see the Taurus Fund signature?
Yes.
On this contract. How did you get a signed copy of this contract?
Electronically.
Do you know the corporate structure of Taurus Fund SP?
No.
Looking at the bottom right here, is that your electronic signature on this contract?
Yes.
If we could go to page 18 of this exhibit, Ms. Loftus, and focus on the email from Ms. Frossini. What is the date of this email, Ms. Frossini?
December 6, 2201.
And to whom did you send this?
To Aaron Mitchell.
If you could read the body of this email?
Congrats to the foundation. Attached is a fully executed contract. Please see attorney's note below.
Why did you say, congrats to the foundation?
'Cause I always congratulate the buyer.
Ms. Loftus, we can take this down. If we could please go to Government Exhibit 1101, page 12. Starting at the top message, what is the date of this message, this text message from Aaron Mitchell?
Any luck with the plans? They have called me 3 times today. May and the mother really want to see them. I want to keep them happy.
And looking first at the date of this message, which is just at the top of this screenshot. What was the date that Aaron Mitchell sent you that text message?
December 4th, 2021.
Who did you understand May to refer to?
The daughter.
Whose daughter?
Mr. and Mrs. Guo's daughter.
Who did you understand the mother to refer to?
Mr. Guo's wife.
And at the bottom here there's a message from you, the last text from you on this page. It indicates, just emailed you floor plans. Please confirm receipt. And on what date Had you emailed Aaron Mitchell the floor plans?
December 4th, 2021.
Ms. Loftus, if we could go now to Government Exhibit 1102 page 1, focus on the email. Ms. Frossini. Who sent this email?
Gladys Chow.
Who is Gladys Chow?
Gladys Chow worked with the family. I don't know her exact title.
Just to be clear, which family did Gladys Chow work with?
The Guo family.
What is the email domain used to send you this message?
Hiketech.com.
Do you know what Hiketech is?
No.
And what's the date of this email from Gladys Chow?
December 6th, 2021.
That's about 2 days after the text message of the floor plan?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection to the testifying.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Loftus, if we could pull up page 12 of Government Exhibit 1101, focusing on the middle here. The blue message from you. On what date did you send these 2 messages to Aaron Mitchell regarding the floor plans to the Crocker Mansion?
December 4th.
And, Ms. Loftus, let's go back to 1102, page 1, please. How many days later did you receive this email from Gladys Chow?
December 6th.
Who is copied on this email?
Aaron Mitchell.
Ms. Frossini, can you read this email?
Hope you had nice weekend. We met the other day in the Darlington tour. And I just have a few more questions. 1. Would you know any interior kitchen designers? Shades and Rugs Company, both New Jersey and New York, that can recommend to us. Number 2. Other than the attached floor plans, do you have any other drawings that can be provided to us? Number 3. I have circled 3 areas on page 3 of the floor plan. If we want to empty each one out and convert each of them into one single room, around how long would that take? Thank you for your help.
Ms. Loftus, we can zoom out of that, and if we could go through the next few pages of Government Exhibit 1102. Stop there for a moment. Ms. Frossini, what is this?
This is a floor plan.
For what property?
675, Ramapo Road.
If you could let us know what part of that property does this floor plan represent?
I don't have my glasses, first floor.
Thank you. We can zoom out of that. Let's go to the next page. What part of the property is this?
Second floor.
And the next page, please?
Third floor.
Now, do you see red boxes on this floor plan?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that those are the red boxes that Ms. Chow was referring to in her email to you? We could go back to the first page, Ms. Loftus. Looking again at item 3 here in Ms. Chow's email, do you see that? Ms. Frossini?
Yes.
Let's go back to page 4, please, Ms. Loftus. Based on that email, is it your understanding that these red boxes indicate a portion?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection to the leading.
What is your understanding of what is indicated by the red box?
I never answered this question because I wasn't involved in any of that.
Understood. Setting aside any response, if any, you might have given to the question. What was your understanding of what the question was?
Ms. Shrofa said, objection, form.
The court said, are you asking her whether she sees any relationship between the question and what is on the screen?
Ms. Murray said, yes, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
I really never commented on this at all.
If we can go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Which part of the house does this reflect, Ms. Frossini?
Basement.
And then the next page, if we could focus on this. Ms. Frossini, this is an email from you, correct?
Correct.
Who did you send this to?
Gladys Chow.
Copying who?
Aaron Mitchell.
What was your reply?
Thanks for your email. I will get names designers to you tomorrow and will call the home manager regarding number 2 and number 3 below.
Who was the home manager?
The home manager was Vinnie LaBarbary.
Let's go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Frossini. What is Gladys' response to that email that you had sent?
Thank you. It would be nice if you get us some, she said. DWG. I'm thinking drawing files of the home, both 2D and 3D. Thank you.
Ms. Loftus, we can go 2 pages down to page 10, please. Ms. Frossini. What's the subject of this email that you sent?
Floor plans.
What did you provide with this email?
Additional floor plans that I had gotten from the seller.
Ms. Loftus, let's go back down another 2 pages. Looking at this on the kind of top right of our screen. Ms. Loftus, if you could zoom in on what portion of the home this reflects. Zoom out of that. On the top right along the side, what level are these additional floor plans relating to?
Basement level flooring finish plan.
And Ms. Loftus, if we could go to the next page and similar exercise. This is on the left, bottom left.
Crocker Residence first level furniture floor plan.
And the next page, Ms. Loftus, please. This one is on the bottom left. Which portion of the home are these additional plans relating to?
Crocker Residence, second level furniture floor plan.
And the next page, please.
Crocker Residence, second level furniture floor plan.
And finally the next page, please, Ms. Loftus.
Crocker Residence, third level furniture floor plan.
If we could zoom out of that. Ms. Frossini, how many levels were in the Crocker mansion?
I don't know if I'm mixing. I believe there was above the finish lower level there are 3.
If we could go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Frossini, what is the subject of this email?
Designers.
And the date?
December 15th, 2021.
Who did you send this to?
Gladys.
At a high level, what did these designs you sent to Gladys do?
I just submitted the list to her.
What type of designers are these?
Interior designers.
All right. Ms. Loftus, let's go down to 2 pages down. Let's zoom out. I think we're looking to go another page down. Let's go back, Ms. Loftus, to Government Exhibit 1101, page 19. These are again from the text messages with Aaron Mitchell. The message at the top with Aaron Mitchell reads, yes. Yvette will be arriving with everyone at noon. Who is Yvette?
Yvette worked with Mr. Guo.
And then at the bottom here, what is the date of that message if we look at the bottom half of these texts?
December 13th, 2021.
What did you write to Aaron Mitchell on that date?
FYI, everyone is here.
What was Aaron's response?
On my way. Thought we were meeting at noon.
And then your next 2 responses, understanding one is a bit cut off.
So did I. They changed.
And then you write, just spoke to Yvette. Do you see that?
Right. I think it finishes on just spoke to Yvette. They.
Can we go to the next page, Ms. Loftus? Actually, let's go back up 1 page. Ms. Frossini. Do you recall a meeting on December 13th, 2021?
We were doing I'm just thinking of when the inspection was. I don't have my notes. I don't know when the inspections were. We had inspections of the home. And then we have structural inspection on another day, and that may have been that day.
And who, if anyone, attended those inspections?
The home inspection, and I may be wrong, the family wasn't there. I was the whole time. Then again, I'm sorry, but I'm just guessing. And then another day we had a structural inspection. And I believe that's when they were there.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor, to the guessing."
The court said, so don't guess. Just state what you know.
Ms. Loftus, let's go to page 25 of this exhibit. Ms. Frossini, in the first message from Aaron Mitchell. The first gray message, Can you read that message?
My message in the gray?
Sorry, the gray from Aaron Mitchell.
Thanks. Is any time going to be there Thursday, or can someone be there to let Scott in with contractor?
Who is Scott?
Scott was a security position. Don't know his title.
Can we go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus, focusing on the top portion of this message? Do you see the text message that you sent to Aaron Mitchell there?
Yes.
It reads in part, I sent Gladys per her request a bunch of high-end designers. Let me know if you guys need anything from me. What type of designers had you sent Gladys the names of?
Interior designers.
And let's go to the next page, please. If you could read your first text message on this page to Aaron Mitchell?
I'll meet seller tomorrow morning. In fact, he wanted me to schedule time between architect and principal, when or tonight. Let me know.
Who is principal?
The client, the buyer.
And which individual in particular were you referring to when you wrote principal?
The buyers, the family.
Which family, Ms. Frossini?
The Guo family.
And then looking down about 2/3 of the way down the page. There's a message from Aaron Mitchell starts with Scott. Can you read that in your response?
Scott will be there at 11.
And what was your response?
Yes, I'm meeting him.
If we could go to the next page, please, and read the top 2 text messages, the first from Aaron Mitchell.
Can the architect and Vinny come to New York to discuss plans?
And then what was your response?
I'll ask when. Just a thought. Don't you think it would be best to meet at the home in case they need to walk the rooms?
And then looking down a bit in this chain on December 17th, 2021, the second message from Aaron Mitchell. So the last message from him on this page, what does that read?
Can you send Amy the structural inspection invoice?
Who's Amy?
Amy Buck is the real estate attorney.
What real estate attorney?
She's the one that handled the closing for the buyer.
And let's go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. We could zoom in on that. Looking here at the last message on this page from Aaron Mitchell, what does he write to you, starting with did you?
Did you get a receipt for the $1,500?
Can you read that message again? I think you might have missed one of the words.
Did you get Y, the letter Y, a receipt for the $1,500?
Who did you understand? Why to refer to?
Did you get Yvette a receipt for the $1,500?
Let's go to the next page, please, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Frossini, you wrote, Sit revised you and Amy. Aaron Mitchell responded. Then your next message that starts with Aaron. Can you please read that text message?
Aaron, please congratulate the buyers for me. They are so nice and so is their staff. I need to talk to you about what I can do for them to thank them as well. Thanks again, Aaron.
In this message, Ms. Frossini, what individuals were you referring to when you said the buyers?
The Guo family.
And when you indicated their staff, what staff were you referring to?
The security guys, Yvette.
And those are staff of whom?
You know, I use the word staff. Maybe that was inappropriate. But these are the people that I met through the Guo family.
And let's look at the next message that you sent. What date did you send? Hi, Aaron.
December 22nd, 2021.
Can you read that message?
Hi, Aaron. Tomorrow, do you have a minute to talk? I'd like to get the buyers something. In the meantime, is it corny to send them a nice holiday beautiful floral arrangement? Being the privacy factor? I don't know if they would want me to send something to their Connecticut home. We can talk tomorrow. Thanks.
Ms. Frossini, did Aaron Mitchell ever respond to that text message?
No.
We can take that down, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Frossini, after the purchase of the Crocker Mansion, Do you have any knowledge of any renovations, if any, that were done to the property?
No, I was never there.
Do you know if at all that property was furnished?
No.
Did you have any additional or further contact with Aaron Mitchell?
No.
Did you have any further contact with the Guo family directly?
After the closing of the house?
Correct.
Maybe about 2 months after.
What was the nature of that contact?
To potentially look at commercial space.
Where was that commercial space?
In Bergen County.
Who, if anyone, contacted you about looking at commercial space?
Aaron Mitchell was the initial contact.
And what happened?
And then I talked to the security, mostly the security guys.
Talk to them about what?
About potential commercial space.
Did there come a time, if ever, when you did a showing of potential commercial space in Bergen County?
Yes, there were a couple of buildings.
Who, if anyone, did you show those buildings to?
To security and Mr. Guo, just a couple of occasions, but mostly security.
What types of commercial space did you show to security in Bergen County?
Office space.
Did you have an understanding of who was going to use the office space that you were showing?
Whatever business that the family.
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said you may answer.
Whatever business, the family needed the office space for. I shouldn't say the family. Mr. Guo.
Did there come a time when you learned the name of any business that was going to be looking into that space?
No, never did a contract together.
Was there any offer made on any of the commercial space that you showed?
We never put a contract together.
After those interactions, Ms. Frossini, relating to the commercial space, did you have any other contact with the Guo family?
No.
And after the commercial space, did you have any contact with the Guo family staff?
The staff.
Ms. Strofa said, objection to the phrase, Guo family staff.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
No, just on the commercial.
But after the commercial showings that you had?
No.
What contact did you have with
the family? No.
Ms. Murray said, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
The court said you may.
Ms. Frossini, based on your interactions representing the buyer of the Crocker Mansion, what was your understanding of why the buyer was purchasing the Crocker Mansion?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
For their home.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please pull up Government Exhibit Z12 and go to page 19. This is an evidence. Ms. Frossini, looking at the top of this document, top left, what is the name of the company that's in the top left corner in the box of this document?
Ms. Strofa said, objection. There's no question other than to read the document. That's improper. She can ask a question about the document.
The court said, is the document in evidence?
Ms. Murray said, it is, Your Honor.
The court said, and the question is again.
The name of the entity listed on the top left here?
Ms. Strofa said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Crane Advisory Group, LLC.
And then the name on the top right in the box?
Top right.
Yes.
Crane Advisory Group, LLC.
And Ms. Frossini, have you seen this document before?
Never.
Looking at the first box in the middle of the page with the yellow outline, do you recognize the name of the entity listed there?
Lowell and Mitchell, LLC.
Do you recognize that company?
Yeah, that's Aaron Mitchell.
And then looking at the bottom here, the 3 different companies that are listed along the bottom starting at the bottom left, what is that?
McDonnell Whitaker Attorney Trust.
And the middle?
Insight Title Services, LLC Trust.
And the top middle right?
Buck Esquire LLC Attorney Trust Account.
Are you familiar with the Buck Esquire LLC?
That's Amy Buck, the attorney.
The court said, attorney for whom?
The witness said, the buyer, the real estate attorney. The one that did the real estate transaction.
The court said, go ahead.
Let's go to the next page, please, and focus in on the top portion. Ms. Frossini, do you see the property location listed here? It's under item G.
Property location 675, Ramapo Valley Road, Mahwah, New Jersey.
That's the Crocker Mansion, correct?
Correct.
Looking to the right of that in item H, the settlement agent, who is listed as the settlement agency.
Insight Title Services, LLC.
And looking back over to the left a bit, item D here, name and address of borrower. What's the name and address of the borrower?
Borrower is Taurus Fund, LLC.
And then finally item 101 on the left near the bottom of the screen we're looking at here. What is listed as the contract sales price of the Crocker Mansion?
$26 million.
Ms. Murray said, just a moment again, Your Honor, please. No further questions.
The court said, cross-examination.
Ms. Schrofa said, thank you, Your Honor. Could I actually have that exhibit back up? Thank you.
Cross-examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Could I have the first page of that document? Good afternoon, Ms. Frossini. How are you?
Fine. Thank you.
Ms. Frossini, you were just shown this document by government counsel, correct?
Correct.
And you met with government counsel before today, correct?
Via Zoom.
Zoom or otherwise, you met with her, right?
I met with Micah Ferguson, and the first time I met her on a Friday via Zoom.
Last Friday?
With Micah Ferguson, yes.
And she showed you this document, is that correct?
No.
I'm saying on direct right now she showed you this document?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Asked you to read it, correct?
Correct.
Could you take a look at the document for me, please, again? You've never seen it before, you said, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether it's accurate or not, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell me where in the document you see the name Miles Guo?
I see the name who?
Miles Guo.
No.
How about Mei Guo?
No.
How about wife of Miles Guo?
No.
How about daughter of Miles Guo?
No.
How about staff of Miles Guo?
No.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, we stipulate Miles Guo is not on this document.
The court said, all righty.
So she also asked you about this group called Crane Advisory, correct?
Correct.
When you met with the prosecutors on Friday, did she ask you about Crane Advisory?
No.
Because you don't know anything about Crane, right?
Correct.
And obviously you don't know anything about Hamilton Opportunity Fund, correct?
Correct.
And the only thing you know on here are the people that you worked with, correct?
The two attorneys.
Right?
Correct.
And that's Lowell and Mitchell, right?
Yes, McDonnell Whitaker and Buck Esquire. I don't know Buck Esquire personally, but I know the name.
So we can take that down, please. Now, if I could just go to Government Exhibit 1100. And if I could just have you look. Could I have it made bigger, please? Thank you so much. Could you tell the jury who generated this document?
The listing agent, the seller's agent.
And what's a listing agent?
The listing agent represents the seller.
And where is this document made public? Who sees it?
This was made public via New Jersey Multiple Listing Service.
Like, if somebody wants to buy a house, they see it?
Correct.
And is it like advertisement come by my house kind of thing?
Sure. It notifies the public that the home is on the market.
And it tries to sell the home, right?
Correct.
It highlights the plus points of the property, correct?
Correct.
And if you can avoid it and if it's not required by law. You don't necessarily publish the minus parts of the property, correct?
Ms. Murray said, Objection, calls for speculation.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. And if it's not called for by the law, the disclosure is not called for by the law. You don't necessarily highlight the negative aspect of a property, correct?
I mean, if there's something negative, you need to disclose what's on the property. I really don't understand what you're asking.
So say if the third bedroom didn't get any sunlight, you wouldn't put it on this report, right?
Ms. Murray said, objection, Your Honor, same basis.
The court said, overruled.
You wouldn't put that on.
It's not a highlight of the house, so you wouldn't put that on there.
So you put the highlights of the house on that listing, right?
Correct.
So let's just scroll down for a minute, and could we keep going down, please? And here is the description of the property, correct?
Correct.
And you did not prepare this, right?
No, I did not prepare it.
And in talking to you about this property, the government counsel also asked you about a second property, correct?
Correct.
And that was at Hyde Park?
Correct, Hyde Park in New York.
Was that the name of the property or the place?
That's the town.
And do you know the name of that property sitting here today? Do you remember it?
Ledge something, and I can't remember.
Do you know which of the two properties was more expensive?
Ledge.
Ledge was more expensive. The Hyde Park property was more expensive than this one?
Correct.
Can you please keep scrolling down and keep going? If I could just have that made larger. Could I ask you, is this like a standard contract?
The National Association of Realtors. This is the contract that realtors put together when you start negotiating a transaction.
And you use the standard format, right?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to the signature line, and it's signed here, right?
Yes.
And it's signed on the left side by the seller of Crocker Mansion Estate LLC, right?
Yes.
And who's that?
The seller.
Yeah, but who is Crocker Mansion Estate LLC?
That's the seller's LLC.
You don't know who it is, right? Is there a Mr. and Mrs. Crocker Mansion Estate LLC?
No.
And the buyer is whom here?
Taurus Fund SP.
And you received this document obviously cause you e-signed it below, right?
Correct.
And for all your purposes, the buyer is Taurus Fund SP, correct?
Correct.
It's not Miles Guo, right?
It's Taurus Fund SP.
And it's not Miles Guo, correct?
I don't know who it is. I didn't ask. I just prepare the contract and it goes to the attorneys.
Right. But it doesn't say Taurus, Miles Guo, right?
Ms. Murray said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
It says Taurus Fund SP. I don't know who's included in the fund.
You knew a fund was purchasing it, correct?
When I asked the attorney who to write the contract, I was told to put Taurus Fund SP.
If somebody wants to sell this property now, the only seller could be Taurus Fund SP, right?
I'm not an attorney. I don't know. If they changed the name, I don't know.
I'm telling you if that document remained in place.
Right.
The only person that could sell it, entity that could sell it, is the Taurus Fund SP, right?
Right.
And you reviewed this document and sent it back to whom?
I sent this document to once the buyer sells this document, then it goes to the seller to sign. And then it goes directly to the attorney.
Whose attorney?
It goes to both attorneys, the seller's attorney and the buyer's attorney.
And is it you who sent it to both the buyers and the seller's attorney?
I distribute to the seller's attorney and buyers, yes.
You sent it to both the seller's attorney and buyer's attorney?
No, I think I just sent it to the buyer. Sometimes what we do if we're representing the buyer. We send it to the buyer's attorney. The listing agent who is representing the seller who then sends it to the seller's attorney. But they both get this contract.
And once they both get the contract, are you essentially done with your part of the job?
Yes, the only thing yes, they disapprove of the contract and they put the writers together. And my only part after that is to schedule the inspections.
Who files the title of the property?
The court said, all right. It is now 2:30. We're now going to take half an hour break. You may step out. Don't discuss your testimony. We'll resume at 3 p.m. Remember, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't permit others to discuss it in your presence. Don't read, listen or watch anything from any source that touches on the subject of this trial.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
Jury not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything before we resume?
Ms. Murray said, not from the government, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, no, Your Honor. Thank you.
Recess. Jury not present.
The court said, please have the jurors brought in.
Jury present.
The court said, please be seated. Remember, Ms. Frossini, you're still under oath.
The witness said, yes.
The court said, you may continue the cross-examination.
Ms. Schrofa said, thank you, Your Honor.
By Ms. Schrofa.
Ms. Frossini, you had deep experience in the real estate market in Mawa, correct?
Correct.
And did you live yourself? I don't need an address or anything, but did you live in that vicinity?
Yes.
And had you sold property there before?
In Moa?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say, in fact, that you were chosen to make the sale when they identified this particular property that was of interest to them?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. If I could just pull up just for the witness and me Defense Exhibit 60612. Now do you know what the National Register of Historical Places is?
Again, I'm not the listing agent, but the home, because of its historic being, was registered. But I don't know into what registries.
And could you explain a little bit further about the historic significance of this property? Ms. Schrofa said, you can take that down. I'm sorry.
Again, I'm not the listing agent, so I don't have that detail.
Well, you familiarized yourself with the property before you marketed it, right?
I didn't market the property. I'm not the listing agent.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Before you were going to sell it, correct?
Yes, I know about Crocker Mansion, but I'm not sure, where it's registered as far as historic value.
Did you know that it was registered as an historic?
Yes, it's on the documentation that we received.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And so if I could just bring 60612 back up just for the witness. And if you could just peruse the document, if you will. If I could have you look at page 1, maybe 2, 3. Do you recognize this form?
No, I've never seen this form.
I know you may not have seen it. But do you know what a National Register of Historical Places registration form is?
I've never registered a home, historically.
Okay. But do you know what it means to be on the National Register of Historic Places?
Again, I'm familiar with registered homes as far as what you can do and what you can't do when a home is registered. But I can't answer to that.
Okay. And do you, sitting here today, recall the many ways that this home could be used as it was registered?
No. They had it listed as a residential home.
So do you remember if it was listed for more than one use?
No. Residential.
Ms. Schrofa said, you can take that document down. So according to you, this home was only registered as a residential home. That's your.
Ms. Murray said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Do you? Oh, I'm sorry.
This was listed.
I think the judge sustained the objection, so you don't.
The court said, don't answer.
The witness said, I'm sorry.
And sitting here today, Ms. Frossini, do you know if that house was in fact registered to be used as a social clubhouse?
No. It's residential.
I didn't ask you if it was residential or not. My question was, sitting here today, do you know if that house could be used as a social clubhouse?
Ms. Murray said, objection. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Did you familiarize yourself with the different uses this house could be put to before you sold it?
No.
Had you been trying to sell that house before being approached by the Taurus SB Fund?
No, before this time, no.
And when you started to sell, is it fair to say you wanted the house to sell?
Ms. Murray said, objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterizes. Ms. Frossini is the buyer, not the seller.
The court said, so she's not representing the seller in the transaction, she's representing the buyer. Sustained.
You wanted somebody to buy the home, right?
I'm not the listing agent, so the seller wants the house to sell. I represented the buyer. Not the listing, not the seller. I didn't represent the seller.
Okay. You represented the buyer, right?
Correct.
Do you make any money if the house is bought?
Yes. The broker gets a commission.
Right. So, if you're representing the buyer, you still want the house to be bought, right?
That's our business.
Exactly. How else are you going to make money, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to make sure that the buyer went ahead and bought, right?
I want the buyer to buy a house, if not from me, if it's right for the buyer.
And also it's good for you, right?
I can't answer my focus is on my clients, on my sellers and my buyers and what's best for them. I'm not looking at my pocket. This is my work, but I don't look at my pocket. I do the best for my sellers and buyers.
Okay. And when you want to make sure that you want to do the best for your buyer, you want to make sure you have all the information about the property, correct?
Correct.
You want to be accurate about what the buyer can put the property to use for, correct?
Correct, but I'm showing it as a residential home.
You think you're selling it as a residential home, correct?
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, objection. Again, mischaracterizes as the seller.
The court said so.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
The court said yes.
The buyer did not ask to see a residential home, correct? The buyer asked to see a specific property?
The court said you may answer.
The home is listed on as a residential. It says it on the MLS, home. The buyer asked to see the two homes, yes.
The buyer asked to see the two properties.
The two properties, yes.
Correct? Never said homes, said properties, correct?
Ms. Murray said, Objection, Your Honor. The witness is testifying, not Ms. Schroff.
The court said, so you can ask her whether the buyer used the word home or property.
The buyer used the word properties, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. And let me show you again what is marked as Defense Exhibit 60612 just for identification. Ms. Schrofa said, and if I could go to page 3 of 4. Your Honor, actually, could I just have one moment, please?
The court said yes, go ahead.
And do you recall if this property was called Crocker McMillan Mansion / Immaculate Conception Seminary? Ms. Schrofa said, you can take that down, please.
I personally never saw that.
And sitting here today, do you know if various people have visited that property and that it was part of the marketing? That it was visited by certain people?
I didn't represent it for the seller, so I don't know who they showed the house to.
Okay. So because you're representing the buyer, you weren't really trying to sell, quote unquote, the property, correct?
I wasn't marketing it. I was working for the buyer, and if the buyer wanted the property, then absolutely, I, helped the buyer purchase the property.
Fair enough. And do you know if the seller had ever marketed it as a place that made it clear it could be used as a social clubhouse?
Ms. Murray said, Objection, Your Honor. How would Ms. Frossini know that?
Ms. Schrofa said, because she would interact with the seller and the seller's agent.
The court said, you may answer the question.
The seller, I don't know what he did with the house.
Fair enough. Ms. Schrofa said, thank you. I have nothing further.
The court said redirect?
Ms. Murray said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Frossini, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about the Taurus Fund. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Who told you that the purchasing entity of the Crocker Mansion was the Taurus Fund SB?
Aaron Mitchell.
And what individuals did Aaron Mitchell introduce you to in connection with the purchase of the Crocker Mansion?
The Guo family.
Ms. Murray said, Ms. Loftus, if we could please pull up Government Exhibit 1101 at page 8. Focusing on the first Aaron Mitchell text, Ms. Frossini. This is a question regarding the purchasing entity for the Crocker Mansion. Is that correct?
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer."
What Aaron said he needed to check to see who was going to be, yes, the purchasing entity.
And do you know with whom, if anyone? In the UK, Aaron Mitchell checked to find out the name of the purchasing entity?
No.
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further."
Ms. Schrofa said, "May I, Your Honor?"
The court said, "You may."
Ms. Schrofa said, "Could you put that back up, please? Thank you. Can we make it larger?"
Recross-examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
You're texting back and forth with Aaron Mitchell, correct?
Correct.
Aaron, please call me. T-checks. That's you texting?
Yes.
And then he texts you back, correct?
Correct.
December 1st, 2021?
Correct.
At 5:47 p.m.?
Correct.
Need to speak to someone in UK Re. Purchasing entity.
That's what Aaron said.
What's an entity?
Because I had asked.
What's an entity?
Entity who's purchasing the property, the home.
It's not a person, correct?
Correct.
It's not an individual, correct?
Correct.
And he says, "We'll get back to you tomorrow, and he's going to talk to someone in the UK?
Yes, correct.
And you say, "Thanks, Aaron," correct?
Correct.
Nothing further from you on that topic, correct?
Correct.
No question who's the entity, correct?
Correct.
Nothing at all about the purchasing entity, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Nothing further."
Ms. Murray said, "Just briefly, Your Honor."
Redirect examination. By Ms. Murray.
Ms. Frossini, do you know where William J. lives?
William J.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Objection. Beyond the scope."
The court said, "Overruled. You may answer it."
Excuse me. Who?
William J.
No.
Ms. Murray said, "Thank you. Nothing further."
Ms. Schrofa said, "I have one more question, Your Honor."
Recross-examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
Do you even know who William J. is?
No you. Witness. Hand.
Ms. Schrofa said, "All right. Thank you."
The court said, "All righty. So you may step out. Thank."
The witness said, "Thank you."
The court said, "And the government may call its next."
Witness excused.
Mr. Finkel said, "The government calls Limarie Reyes."
The law clerk said, "Would you please raise your right?"
Witness sworn.
The law clerk said, "Thank you."
The court said, "All righty. Please be seated. And bring the microphone very close to your mouth so that we can hear you. Speak up. Say your name and spell it."
The witness said, "My name is Limarie Reyes, spelled Limarie.
The court said, "So I'm having trouble hearing you. So you really have to bring the microphone all the way to your mouth and speak loud into the microphone."
The witness said, "My name is Limarie Reyes, spelled Limarie.
The court said, "You may inquire."
Mr. Finkel said, "Thank you, Your Honor."
Limarie Reyes, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What area of the country do you live in?
Puerto Rico.
Where do you currently work?
I've been unemployed. I'm working right now in my business for events.
For what?
Event planning.
What's the name of that business?
Sprinkle Events.
What kind of events does Sprinkle Events plan?
We do kids' parties, birthday parties, small corporate events as well.
How many employees does Sprinkle Events have?
Just me.
How many events has Sprinkle Events planned?
Roughly around 5.
And you said kids' parties? How old are the children for the parties?
1 year, mainly, and 10.
How long have you worked at, or had Sprinkle events?
Since November.
What's the approximate budget of the events at Sprinkle events, for those 5 events?
Roughly around 2,500.
Now you said before Sprinkle events that you were unemployed for a bit?
Yes.
Before that, where did you work?
I worked at G Clubs.
And what was your role at G Clubs?
Changed over time. I started as VP of Marketing and Events. Later on I became the interim CEO and later the CEO.
The court said, "So I'll need you to just get very close to the microphone so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you."
When did you start at G Clubs, approximately?
December 2020.
And what was your title when you started?
VP of Marketing and Events.
And when did you become, you said, the interim CEO?
Around February 2021.
And when did you become the CEO?
Around summer 2021.
Ms. Reyes, as the CEO of G Clubs, did you have final decision-making authority on all matters concerning G Clubs?
No, I did not.
Were you in charge of G Club?
No, I was not.
As part of your role as CEO, did you get updated on the revenues, the monthly revenues of G Clubs?
Not on a regular basis, no.
Did you set the budget at G Clubs?
No.
As the CEO of G Clubs, who did you report to?
I reported to the ultimate beneficial owner, UBO, Mr. He.
The court said, "Okay, so your voice is very low. And I need for you to speak up because the reporter here is writing down what you say. And also all the people in the back row, they need to hear you, so speak loudly."
The witness said, "Sorry."
Who did you report to? When you were the CEO of G Clubs, who did you report to?
Mr. He.
What was his first name?
Howren He.
How do you spell he?
He.
Did you report to anybody else?
Yes, I reported to Yvette as well.
What's her last name?
Wang.
When did you leave G Clubs?
March 2023.
So in total, Ms. Reyes, how long were you the interim and CEO of G Clubs?
I was with G Clubs around 2.5 years.
And what was your understanding of what G Clubs was supposed to be?
It was a membership club that provided benefits to its members.
Was G Clubs a political organization?
No.
How much did it cost to become a G Clubs member?
It depended on the different tiers. It would range from $10,000 to $50,000, depending on the tier.
And how many tiers were there?
5.
How much did each tier cost?
Tier 1 was $10,000, Tier 2, $20,000, Tier 3, $30,000, Tier 4, $40,000, Tier 5, $50,000.
Was there a yearly fee for membership?
Yes. So after the initial fee, the yearly fee was 5% of their tier.
And if a member didn't pay their yearly fee, what happened to their membership?
It would get inactivated.
And if it was inactivated, could the member use the benefits that G Clubs provided?
No.
Ms. Reyes, did G Clubs provide its members stock in G Clubs?
No, it did not.
Did G Clubs provide its members stock in G Fashion?
No.
Did G Clubs provide its members stock in any company?
No.
Was G Clubs an investment club?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, if we can please display what's in evidence as GXC 160V. Go to 1135. Ms. Reyes, do you recognize the individual on your screen?
Yes.
Who is it?
Mr. Guo.
What's his first name?
Miles Guo.
Do you know him by any other names?
Kwok.
How do you spell that?
KWOK? I'm not sure.
Did people that you worked with at G Clubs and yourself call Miles Guo by any other titles?
I've heard, boss. Principal.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, you can play that, please.
Video played.
Mr. Finkel said, pause right there. Ms. Reyes, is what Mr. Guo just said, that if you get a $50,000 membership with G Club, you get G Fashion stocks. True?
No.
Do you see Mr. Guo in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you point him out?
Mr. Kamaraju said, we'll stipulate to identity, Your Honor.
The court said, all righty. Go ahead.
Is it true that memberships at G Club were limited, that there was only certain space available?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, you can take that down. At the time that you were working at G Clubs, had you seen that video that we just watched here in court?
Not that I recall, no.
When you were the CEO of G Clubs, Ms. Reyes, did there come a time when you became aware that G Clubs members expected to receive stock?
Yes, there was a time.
The court said, all right. I have to remind you to keep your voice up so that the jury and the rest of us can hear your testimony.
You can move the microphone as close to you as you like. Feel free to move it to make yourself comfortable. Try to speak directly into the mic, okay? Ms. Reyes, what was your understanding as to why G Clubs members expected, or some of them expected to receive stock when they purchased a G Clubs membership?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
You can answer.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
What was your understanding as to why some G Clubs members expected to receive stock when they purchased a G Clubs membership?
There had been a video where Mr. Guo had mentioned that they would get stock.
Ms. Reyes, when you were the CEO of G Clubs, when did you tell Mr. Guo that he shouldn't say that G Clubs members receive stock? Slower.
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection. Lack of foundation.
The court said, all righty. So let's take it a little.
Mr. Finkel said, sure. Ms. Reyes, did there come a time, if ever, when you were the CEO of G Clubs where you told Mr. Guo to not say in videos that G Clubs members receive stock?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you say that to him?
I didn't feel I had the authority to say that to him.
What do you mean you didn't feel like you had the authority to say that to Mr. Guo?
I didn't view myself as a person to say that. I would rely on the owner, not me.
Who's that?
Mr. He.
We'll go back to G Clubs in a moment. Ms. Reyes, are you testifying here pursuant to an agreement with the government?
Yes.
And what type of agreement? Or what is that agreement called?
Non-prosecution agreement.
And what is your understanding of what your obligations are under that non-prosecution agreement?
I have to tell the truth, provide information when asked, attend meetings, testify if requested, and not commit crimes.
And if you meet your obligations under the non-prosecution agreement, what has the government promised to do for you?
Not charged with any crimes during my time in G Clubs.
I didn't hear the last part.
During my time in G Clubs.
The court said, so maybe if you just get so close to the microphone that you're almost touching it. Get very close.
Mr. Finkel said, you can move the microphone. It's okay. All right? You can move it. Aside from the non-prosecution agreement covering you for your conduct at G Clubs, does it cover you for anything else?
Sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure. You said the non-prosecution agreement, if you meet what you have to do under it, the government won't charge you for your work when you worked at G Clubs. Aside from that, is there anything else that the government won't charge you for?
No.
If you lie here today, what would happen to your non-prosecution agreement?
It would get cancelled, null.
And if you lie here today, could you be charged for perjury?
Yes.
And the statements that you provided to the government in the past, could those be used against you if your non-prosecution agreement is torn up?
I believe so.
How many times have you met with the government in advance of your testimony today, approximately?
I would say more than 10.
Ms. Reyes, does the outcome of this trial or any trial have any impact on whether your non-prosecution agreement gets torn up or not?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form.
I'll rephrase it. Withdrawn? Does the outcome of this trial have any impact on your non-prosecution agreement?
No.
Who's Steve Weber?
Steve Weber is the recruiting person that interviewed me for my role in G Clubs.
And after you interviewed with Steve Weber, who, if anyone, did you interview with?
I interviewed with Jessica and Yvette.
Mr. Finkel said, can we please display what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 102? Ms. Reyes, who is depicted in Government Exhibit 102?
Yvette.
What questions did Yvette ask you during your interview for G Clubs?
She asked me about my history and my past jobs, my event experiences, what I had done prior.
Ms. Reyes, what languages do you speak?
Spanish and English.
Do you speak Mandarin?
No.
Did Ms. Wang ask you if you spoke Mandarin?
Not that I recall.
Did Yvette ask you about your political beliefs?
Not that I recall.
Did she ask you about the Chinese Communist Party?
Not that I recall.
Did she ask you your position, if any, on democracy in China?
Not that I recall.
What is your position, if any, on the Chinese Communist Party?
I don't have a position.
Do you follow Chinese politics?
No.
Would you say you're familiar with Chinese culture?
No.
Did Yvette mention anything during your interview about the new federal state of China?
Not that I recall.
Are you a member of the new federal state of China?
No.
Did Yvette mention that G Clubs had anything to do with the whistleblower movement during your interview?
Not that I recall.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can display what's been marked for identification as GXBR 470, just for the witness, please. Go to the next page, please. Next page. Take that down for a second. One moment, please.
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Reyes, in connection with your interview with Yvette, did Yvette mention someone named Victor?
Sorry. During my.
In connection with your interview for G Clubs, before you were hired with Yvette. Did Yvette mention someone named Victor?
Not during the interview, but through the different communications, yes.
And who was Victor?
At the time I didn't know, but later on I learned that he's an attorney.
What's his last name?
Serda.
Mr. Finkel said, can you please display what's in evidence as GX109? Who is this individual in GX109?
Victor.
Why did Yvette mention Victor during your interview process with G Clubs? Do you know?
I don't know.
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form.
The court said, sustained. How can she possibly know what's in the mind of Yvette?
Did Yvette say anything about why she mentioned Victor in the context of your interview for G Clubs?
That he might be reaching out.
For what?
Interview.
After interviewing with Yvette, were you hired?
Yes, I was hired.
In what role?
VP of Marketing and Events.
And what was your salary when you started at G Clubs?
Roughly around 100,000.
And the job you were working at before G Clubs, what were you doing at that job?
Events manager.
What was your salary at that prior job?
Around 60,000.
When you started, Ms. Reyes, where were G Club's offices located?
When I started, it was a co-working space, and later then we got our office space in San Juan.
And the co-working space was where?
San Juan.
Puerto Rico?
Correct.
How many employees were there when you started at the co-working space in San Juan, Puerto Rico?
Just me.
What was your understanding, if any, about why G Clubs was based in Puerto Rico.
To my understanding was to benefit from the tax incentives.
When you were working at G Clubs, Ms. Reyes, how were you paid?
Via direct deposit.
And did G Clubs provide health insurance?
Yes.
Was there a payroll system?
Yes.
And when you were at G Clubs, did you believe it was a legitimate business?
Yes.
Did you believe you were committing any crimes?
No.
Were there other employees hired after you?
Yes.
During your time at G Clubs, approximately how many employees were there? What was the range?
14.
And you said that you moved from the co-working space to another office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that other office located?
San Juan as well.
And where? Was it an office building? Can you describe what the office was like?
Yes, it was an office building in San Juan area. It was a floor. It had views to the ocean.
Did there come times while you were employed at G Clubs where the cable or internet would go out?
Yes.
And what would the employees say, if anything, when that would happen?
They would joke about it was the CCP.
It was what?
The CCP.
Why would employees joke that it was the CCP when the internet went out?
Because we had heard that many things were due to the CCP.
Do you believe the CCP put the cable out at G Clubs?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may say what you believe.
You can answer.
I don't know.
As far as you know, when did G Clubs start? Do you know a date?
2020.
And you mentioned Howard and he, is that correct?
Yes.
What was your understanding of his role at G Clubs?
The ultimate beneficial owner.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can please display what's been marked for identification as GX112. Do you recognize the individual depicted in GX112?
Yes.
Who is it?
Mr. He.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers 112.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 112 received in evidence.
Ms. Reyes, in what manner did you communicate with Mr. He?
I communicated with him via email, WhatsApp, and voice calls.
What was his email address? Mr. He's email address?
kulechauer@protonmail.com.
What is Proton Mail?
The email base that he used.
What was your email address at G Clubs?
lreyes@gclubs.com.
Why did your email address end at gclubs.com, but Mr. He had a Proton Mail address?
Mr. Kamaraju said, objection to form.
The court said, I'll permit the question.
You can answer.
I don't know.
The other employees you worked with in Puerto Rico, did they have Proton email addresses or G Clubs email addresses?
G Clubs.
What was your understanding of where Mr. He was located?
Where did he live?
Yeah.
In the UK.
Did Mr. He ever visit the office in Puerto Rico?
No.
How many times had you met Mr. He in person?
Twice.
How frequently would you speak with Mr. He when you were the interim and CEO of G Clubs?
It would depend on the task. Not frequently, just as per his request.
What sort of tasks did Mr. He assign you?
Different tasks. It would vary from requesting to do loan agreements, or reaching out to potential partners, supporting documents for banking.
What do you mean by loan agreements?
A request would come to DUA for a loan for some specifics, and we would create the package of the different documents.
Who would the request for a loan come from?
Depending. It could come from Mr. He, sometimes Yvette.
Did you ever decide to make loans?
No, I did not.
What entities, if any, did G Clubs send loans to?
It would be G Club Operations to G Club International BVI.
Did G Clubs make any loans to any people?
There was one that was to an individual, yes.
What was the name of that individual that G Club sent a loan to?
Miles' son.
Who is Miles' son?
Mr. Guo's son.
Approximately how many loans did Mr. He request that you help facilitate?
Not exactly sure, but more than 5.
What was the total dollar amount of loans that Mr. He requested you help facilitate?
I don't remember specifically.
Approximately how much?
I would say in the millions.
How many millions?
Maybe more than 100.
More than 100 million?
Yes.
How did Mr. He treat you when you were an employee of G Clubs?
It would depend, but there were instances where he would raise his voice. There were some times that I felt not valued. He would say that you Puerto Ricans are slow.
What did Mr. He complain that you were being slow about?
Different tasks, but it was slow.
You mentioned that there was a loan made to my son from G Clubs. What was your understanding, if any, about the nature of the relationship between Mr. He and my son?
I knew they were college friends.
Mr. Finkel said, "Could we put up GX 102, please, Ms. Loftus?" Ms. Reyes, to your knowledge, was Yvette on the payroll at G Clubs?
No.
Did she have an official title at G Clubs?
No.
What did you refer to her as and other people refer to her as at G Clubs?
Mr. Cumraju said, objection to form.
The court said, so break it up, please.
Mr. Finkel said, I apologize. What was Yvette referred to as at G Clubs?
Her name.
Was she referred to by anything other than her name?
As a representative.
Representative of what, or who?
Just representative, but I viewed as representative of Mr. He.
What sort of things did Yvette work on for G Clubs?
She would provide instructions in different matters from loans to finance, but just for events. At some point reviewing PRF forms, different aspects, legal.
You mentioned loans. Same sort of loans that you talked about a moment ago with Mr. He?
Yes.
In what ways did you communicate with Yvette?
It changed through time. Very early, it was email, then WhatsApp, then Signal. And voice calls as well.
How did Yvette treat you as an employee of G Clubs?
She treated me well. It was when things were not necessarily, we had recommendations different that it could become a little bit tense.
What is an issue that became tense with Yvette?
I do recall there was a time that there had been a request to transfer some funds and the recommendation was not to do so. And it was tense in that way. There was a time where...
The court said, one moment. Whose recommendation was not to do so and who made the request?
The witness said, so legal recommendation was not to do so.
The court said, when you say legal, do you mean an attorney?
The witness said, counsel, yes.
The court said, okay, go ahead. And who made the request?
The witness said, Yvette in this case. By Mr. Finkel.
And the attorney who recommended not to do the transfer? That attorney was in-house counsel at G Clubs?
Yes.
And when you relayed that recommendation to Yvette, what was her response?
That we would have to do it and not the exact words, but like if we didn't do it. It was like, it was on me, like it was my fault if something went wrong.
How much money was that transfer?
To the best of my recollection, around 5 million.
Where was that transfer to?
To a bank. I'm not sure which one.
How did that make you feel when Yvette said that if you don't do the transfer, it would be on you?
I felt that it was unfair.
Why?
Because I was relaying the suggestion from counsel. And I understood that to be I'd rely on their advice.
Did you ask Yvette any questions about why this transfer would be on you if it didn't go through?
No, I don't recall that.
Did you ask Yvette any questions about why this transfer should happen even though counsel said it shouldn't?
I do not recall.
Did you ask any questions about whether we could wait, G clubs could wait to do the transfer another time?
No, I do recall that was the instruction.
When you got instructions from Yvette, did you generally ask her many questions?
No.
When you got instructions from Mr. He, did you generally ask him any questions?
No.
The transfer you were just speaking about a moment ago with Yvette, did you go through with it? Did you process it?
Ultimately, yes.
Did Yvette express to you, well withdrawn? Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down, Ms. Loftus. And if we could display for the witness what's been marked for identification as GX101. Who's that?
Mr. Guo.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers 101.
Mr. Cumraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit 101 received in evidence.
What was Miles Guo's title at G Clubs?
He was a spokesperson for G Clubs.
And what did you understand that to mean, to be a spokesperson?
To speak on behalf of the company.
On behalf of who?
Of the company.
Company being?
G Clubs.
As far as you know, how much was Miles Guo paid for his role as spokesperson of G Clubs?
He was not paid.
Mr. Finkel said, may I approach, Your Honor?
The court said you may.
Mr. Finkel said, handing the witness a binder. And Ms. Reyes, if you could take a look at that binder and flip through it. Mr. Finkel said, and Your Honor, I'll represent that binder contains the following government exhibits, which have been marked for identification, GX 1850, GX 1850A, and then the following exhibits in the GXGC series, GXGC 3, 27, 28, 33, 37, 38, 40, 43, 54, 59, 60, 93, 95, 121, 122, 197, 126, 136, 150A, 150, 157, 158, 160, 168, 175, 178, 184, 187, 189, 198, 209, 213, 218, 220, 221, 222, 227, 228, 233, 242, 254, 276, 286, 292, 293, 299, 300, 307, 309, 317, 318, 332, 334, 340, 341, 346, 363, 365, 372, 376, 377, 379, 380, 382, 387, 389, 392, 393, 483, 484, 485, 486, 487, 422, 423, 424, 405, 406, 409, 415, 416, 418, 419, 422, 427, 428, 431, 432, 433, 436, 438, 441, 443, 444, 450, 452, 453, 454, 455, 467, 470, 476, 480, 484, 486, 487, 494, 495, 497, 504, 541, 517, 518, 520, 521, 522, 525, 526, 527, 528, 530 to 534, 536 to 538, 540, 544, 547, 549, 553, 553A, and 550.
By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Reyes, would you flip through that binder?
Yes.
Have you previously reviewed the contents of that binder?
Yes.
Is there a signature on the front of the binder?
Yes.
Whose signature is it?
Mine.
At a high level, what are the kinds of documents in that binder?
Emails, sent by me or received by me, loan documents.
From what entity?
G-clubs.
Mr. Finkel said, the government offers those exhibits that I mentioned previously and hopefully don't have to read again. Unless you'd like me to.
Counsel conferring.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection, and we don't require it to be read again.
The court said, I didn't hear. You said no objection and?
Mr. Kamaraju said, and we don't request that all the exhibits be read again.
The court said, okay. All right. So they're all admitted.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you, Your Honor.
Government's Exhibits 1850, 1850A received in evidence. Government's Exhibits GC3, GC27, GC28, GC33, GC37, GC38, GC40, GC43, GC54, GC59, GC60, GC93, GC95 received in evidence. Government's Exhibits GC121, GC122, GC197, GC126, GC136, GC150A, GC150, GC157, GC158, GC160, GC168, GC175, GC178, GC184, GC187, GC189, GC198 received in evidence. Government's Exhibits GC209, GC213, GC218, GC220, GC221, GC222, GC227, GC228, GC233, GC242, GC254, GC276, GC286, GC292, GC293, GC299 received in evidence. Government's Exhibits GC300, GC307, GC309, GC317, GC318, GC332, GC334, GC340, GC341, GC346, GC363, GC365, GC372, GC376, GC377, GC379, GC380, GC382, GC387, GC389, GC392, GC393 received in evidence. Government's Exhibits GC483, GC484, GC485, GC486, GC487, GC422, GC423, GC424, GC405, GC406, GC 409, GC 415, GC 416, GC 418, GC 419, GC 422, GC 427, GC 428, GC 431, GC 432, GC 433, GC 436, GC 438, GC 441, GC 443, GC 444, GC 450, GC 452, GC 453, GC 454, GC 455, GC 467, GC 470, GC 476, GC 480, GC 484, GC 486, GC 487, GC 494, GC 495, GC 497 received in evidence. Government's exhibits GC 504, GC 541, GC 517, GC 518, GC 520, GC 521, GC 522, GC 525, GC 526, GC 527, GC 528, GC 530-534, GC 536-538, GC 540, GC 544, GC 547, GC 549, GC 553, GC 553A, and GC 550 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Did Mr. Guo have a contract with G Clubs?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. If we can display what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 541. GXGC 541. What is this document, Ms. Reyes?
It's an agreement between G Clubs and Mr. Guo.
Okay. And it says, by and between Guo and Guo. Who do you understand that to be?
Mr. Guo.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that, please. And do you see under B at the bottom, where it says termination by the company for cause?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, zoom in on that, please, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Reyes, when you were the CEO of G Clubs, did you believe that you could fire Guo as the spokesperson for G Clubs?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection. Calls for a legal conclusion.
The court said, overruled. You can say whether you believed you could fire him or not.
I didn't feel like I could fire him.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that. Go to the next page, please. And can you zoom in on paragraph 3, Ms. Loftus? So here it says consideration level 5 membership. What, if anything? Do you understand Guo was provided for his role as spokesperson for G Clubs?
He was entitled to a membership.
To your knowledge, did he receive anything else aside from the level 5 membership?
Not that I was aware.
Who negotiated this contract?
I wouldn't know.
Who decided to make Guo the spokesperson?
I don't know.
Did you ask any questions about why Guo was the spokesperson?
No. He was already there when I started.
And when you started, did you ask any questions about why Guo was the spokesperson?
No.
Did you ask any questions about this consulting agreement?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, can you zoom out of that and go to page 7? Okay. Take that down. At the time that you were at G Clubs, Ms. Reyes, in what ways, if any, did G Clubs promote itself?
The spokesperson was Mr. Guo, and through word of mouth, the farms. They would reach out to like-minded people.
And how did Guo as the spokesperson promote G Clubs, to your knowledge, at the time?
Through his videos.
Did you watch his videos?
No.
How many members did G Clubs have?
Depending. It would increase, but by the time that I resigned, around 8,000.
You mentioned that another way G Clubs was promoted was word of mouth. Did you say through the farms?
Yes.
What are the farms?
I don't know exactly how to describe it. But it's a group of like-minded people that are located in different parts.
Who explained the farms to you?
It wasn't an explanation of what they were. It was just that they referenced the farms.
Did you ask Yvette how the farms got involved in promotion of G clubs?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Mr. He how the farms got involved in the promotion of G clubs?
Not that I recall.
How were the farms, to your knowledge, if you know, involved in promoting G clubs?
I do not know.
Were you a member of a farm?
No.
What is your understanding of where the 8,000 or so G clubs members were located?
They're located throughout the world.
And what was your understanding of what language they spoke?
Mr. Kamaraju said, all of them.
Mr. Finkel said, yes. What was your understanding, generally speaking, of the languages that the 8,000 G clubs members spoke?
Most of them Mandarin.
Do you believe, when you were the CEO of G clubs, that you were familiar with the like-minded ideology that you mentioned before of the G clubs members?
If I was familiar?
Yeah.
No.
Of the 8,000 or so G clubs members, approximately how many have you spoken with?
Maybe around 7, roughly.
Continued on next page. By Mr. Finkel.
You mentioned that Guo was the spokesperson for G Club. Was there a disclaimer on G Club's website about Guo?
Yes, there was.
And what, at a high level, did that disclaimer say?
Not exactly sure of the exact words. But that G Club is not linked to the things that are said by Mr. Guo.
Did that disclaimer change over time?
Yes.
When did it change?
It changed after we received a subpoena.
Who's the we? Received the subpoena. Who is the we?
G Clubs.
And who was the subpoena received from?
The government.
If Mr. Guo is the spokesperson of G Club, why was there a disclaimer on the website saying not to associate his statements with G Club?
I'm not sure. It was there. It was to my recollection when I started.
I'm going to ask you, Ms. Reyes, to speak loudly and clearly so everyone can hear you. Ms. Reyes, did you ask questions about the disclaimer to Yvette?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask questions about the disclaimer to Mr. He?
Not that I recall.
Did G Club members receive a membership card?
Physical card, no.
What would they receive, if anything, to signify their membership in G Club?
I recall there was an email that was sent with an image of a card.
You mentioned the prices for G Clubs. There was an initiation fee that ranged from 10,000 to 50,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you decide those prices?
I did not decide the prices.
Who did?
I don't know.
Did you ask any questions to Yvette about why the prices are what they are?
No, I did not.
What about Mr. He?
No, I did not.
You mentioned before that G Club's members didn't receive stock, correct?
Yes.
What benefits, if any, were G Club members? Were they entitled to?
They were entitled to different benefits throughout time. Can I list them?
You can list them, please.
They had discounts in G Fashion depending on their tier. There was a time where they were able to upload 2 hours of content to GTV. They had access to songs sung or written by Mr. Guo. They had access to a 24/7 customer service. They had access to the G Talks events and sweepstakes.
Anything else?
Yes. We had hotels, discounts in hotels, gyms. There was a boarding charter. We had done a private tour of FAO Schwartz. They received Christmas gifts. We had a specialty dinner in a Michelin star restaurant. We had 2 hotel stays, one in Fiji and one in Australia. We had a discount at Formula 1. Those are the ones that I recall.
How did the G Fashion discount work?
Depending on their tier, they would receive a set discount. If it was Tier 1, It was 10% discount on their fashion item.
I ask you again to speak directly into the mic so everyone can hear you. If a member wanted to take advantage of the G fashion discount, how would they do that? What was the process?
It was done through the G fashion platform.
Can you explain how?
I'm not exactly sure how.
The court said, "You said that they had access to songs that were sung or written by Mr. Guo. How would they get access to that?"
The witness said, "On the website. On the website there was a link that said G Music and they were able to see them there."
The court said, "Go ahead."
Who decided that G Club members should get AF fashion discount in connection with their membership?
I do not know.
Did you ask anyone why that was a membership benefit?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that members could have, did you say, a stream on GTV? Is that correct?
Yes.
Who decided that would be a benefit for members?
I do not know.
Did you ask anyone why?
No.
You mentioned that there was a Christmas gift. What was the Christmas gift?
It was a box that included a branded coffee mug, Puerto Rican coffee and cookies.
Was that shipped?
Yes.
Was it shipped to every member?
The ones that had registered.
You mentioned hotel discount. Is that right?
Yes.
Where were the hotels that G Club's members were entitled to a discount for?
The hotels were in Puerto Rico.
How many hotels in Puerto Rico were they entitled to a discount for?
3.
And what was the discount that G Club's members were entitled to at those 3 hotels in Puerto Rico?
If I'm not mistaken, 10% discount.
How would that work? What was the process in which a G Club's member would attain those 10% discount at those 3 hotels in Puerto Rico?
They would receive a link or a code, depending, and they would be able to book their stay.
Would it be booked through G Clubs?
No.
Who would it be booked through?
The member.
The member would book it where?
Through the website of the hotel.
How much did it cost G Club to obtain the benefits from those 3 hotels for its members?
It did not cost us.
How many members took advantage of the 10% discount at the 3 hotels in Puerto Rico?
I do not know.
You mentioned that there was a dinner at a Michelin star restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the members of the jury, Ms. Reyes, the nature of that benefit?
It was a dinner at a Michelin restaurant. I don't remember the name in the UK. It was on Chinese New Year.
And was it just one night dinner or multiple dinners?
Just that one night dinner.
Was the dinner free for G Club members?
No, they had to pay. It was a discount.
How much was the discount?
I don't recall.
How many members took advantage of that benefit?
I do not know.
How much did the dinner cost?
I don't recall.
You mentioned, did you say a charter?
There was a boat charter.
What do you mean by boat charter?
It was a boat service that they could book a boating trip.
And where was that boat service located?
In Puerto Rico.
What was the nature of the benefit or discount that G Club's members could obtain?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a discount, and I believe it included something like champagne. I don't remember exactly the percentage.
How much did it cost G Club to obtain that benefit for its members?
It didn't cost us.
How many G Club members took advantage of that benefit?
I do not know.
Did any G Club members live in Puerto Rico to your knowledge?
Not that I was aware of.
Did you mention something about Fiji and Australia?
Yes.
Can you describe that? The nature of that benefit to the members of the jury?
They were a block of dates for a hotel stay, one in Fiji and one in Australia. And they would get a discount and some other benefits as well.
What do you mean by block of dates?
It was a set number of dates. It was a set date that they would be able to book.
And how many dates were available for the G Club discount at the hotel in Fiji in Australia?
I don't recall specifically.
Approximately how many months, weeks?
Maybe a couple of weeks.
And how much money did it cost G Club to obtain that benefit for its members?
It did not cost us.
And how many G Club members, if any, to your knowledge took advantage of that benefit, the blocks?
I do not know.
You mentioned Formula One race?
Yes.
What was the nature of that benefit?
It was a discount that the members were able to select where they would like to view the race at the Monaco race and then throughout the year.
And how many events were there associated with that benefit?
Sorry. What do you mean?
Was it one race or more than one race?
The first one was Monaco, and then it was extended throughout the whole year.
How many races, do you know?
I do not know.
How many G Club members, to your knowledge, took advantage of the Formula One race?
I do not know.
I believe you mentioned. Did you mention FAO Schwartz?
Yes.
What was the nature of that benefit?
We had close off the toy store FAO Schwartz for our members. They would be able to tour the toy store. We had breakfast for them. They had discount on their merchandise, and that was 2 days.
How long was FAO Schwartz located where?
New York.
Where in New York?
I'm not exactly sure the address.
Manhattan?
Yes.
Were you present for that event?
Yes.
How long was FAO Schwartz closed for?
Like a couple of hours, like an hour.
How much did it cost for G Clubs to obtain that benefit for its members?
The booking of the space was around $13,000.
How many G Club members attended the FAO Schwartz event that you were present at?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Were there any other events scheduled in New York around the FAO Schwartz event?
The original idea for the FAO Schwartz was to have a tour of the toy store and later on have a gingerbread activity for the kids. That didn't happen.
Who canceled the gingerbread activity for the kids?
Yvette requested to cancel it.
Those benefits that we went through, were those available to every membership tier?
Yes, except G Fashion, that was pertaining to their tier.
Every other benefit, every tier got, whether they were 50,000 tier or 10,000 tier.
Yes.
Is there a G Club newsletter?
We promoted the different benefits through their emails.
What is Orbit?
Orbit is the customer service company that we used for our members.
And what did Orbit do?
They would receive members' questions through them, and then they would. Depending on the question or the concern, they would assign them to different departments.
Where was Orbit located?
The agents were located in different parts of the world.
Did Orbit book travel for members?
No, they did not.
Did Orbit book hotel stays for members?
No, they did not.
Did Orbit rent cars for members?
No.
Was Orbit a concierge service?
No.
Did G Clubs offer its members concierge services?
Yes.
What sort of concierge services did G Clubs offer its members?
We didn't. It was named concierge service.
Did G Clubs have available to its members luxury sports cars to use?
No.
Did G Clubs have available to its members homes to stay in?
No.
To your knowledge, did G Club ever purchase a mansion?
Not that I was aware of.
Have you ever been to 675 Ramapo Boulevard?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever been to 675 Ramapo Boulevard?
I don't know where that is.
Do you know what the Crocker Mansion is?
The what? Sorry.
The Crocker Mansion?
No.
Are you aware of G Clubs ever purchasing property in New Jersey?
Not that I was aware.
Are you aware of G Clubs purchasing property anywhere in the United States?
Not that I was aware.
Are you aware of G Clubs purchasing property anywhere on the planet?
Not that I was aware of.
Can we please display what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 134? Ms. Reyes, can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Do you know where this is?
No, I do not.
Is this a property that G Clubs owns to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
We can take that down. Ms. Reyes, did there come a time, if ever, where you proposed that G Clubs should offer a clubhouse to its members?
Yes.
Who did you propose that to?
We spoke collectively with the team in Puerto Rico that it would make sense at some point to have a club for our members.
And did you propose that idea to anybody?
There was a time where there was like a little island that was on sale, and I did propose that to Yvette. Yes.
And where was that island located?
In Puerto Rico.
And how much did that island cost approximately?
I'm not exactly sure, but it was in the millions, maybe more than 5. I don't know exactly.
Was it more or less than 12 million?
I'm not exactly sure. I would think more than 5.
What did Yvette say, if anything, when you proposed purchasing this island for members?
At the end, it wasn't like it didn't make sense to purchase an island due to the value of it.
Who decided how much money to spend on purchases that G Clubs made?
What purchases specifically?
Were you able to spend money, G Clubs money, on things?
Some things.
What are the things you were able to spend G Club money on?
Like if we had a lunch for an event with the employees, I would spend that, office supplies. For example, FAO Schwartz event.
Ms. Reyes, who were multiple memberships?
Multiple membership is where members are able to purchase more than one membership.
Whose idea was it to permit members to purchase more than one membership?
The request came from Yvette.
Can we please display what's in evidence as Government Exhibit GC 126? Zoom in at the top, please, Ms. Loftus. What is this document about, Ms. Reyes?
It's an email from Yvette to Jessica. Myself regarding reviewing the membership agreement to allow for multi-members.
Can you read the bottom email? It says, it's from Jessica Mastro Giovanni, starting with please revise.
Please revise the membership agreement ASAP to allow members to buy more than one membership. Need to be unlimited.
And what was Yvette's response to this email?
Jessica, please come to me about this.
What email address did Yvette use in this email?
Office Work 2020.
Did Yvette have a G Club's domain email like you did?
Not that I was aware of.
The benefits that we discussed previously, did multiple withdrawn? How many memberships could a member purchase if they wanted to?
Multiples, I recall seeing at least 10.
One person buying 10 memberships?
Yes.
Was there any limit to the number of members that an individual could purchase?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Yvette why G Club should implement a multiple membership option?
No.
Did you ask Mr. He why G Club should implement a multiple membership option?
Not that I recall.
What additional benefits, if any, did multiple memberships get?
They would get access more than once at the sweepstakes, participate in sweepstakes. And it was promoted that they would have access to VIP events and a concierge service.
You said it was promoted that multiple members would have access to VIP events. Were there any VIP events?
We did not host it.
Was there any concierge service for multiple members?
Not at the time.
At any other time that you were at G Clubs?
No.
Were members provided a membership agreement?
Upon registration, they had to upon registration. Online they would see their membership agreement.
Were they required to acknowledge it?
To the best of my understanding, they had to click on a box.
If we can bring up what's in evidence, please, Ms. Loftus, as Government Exhibit GC 28. And who's this email from at the top?
It's an email from Anna to Jessica and myself.
And what is the attachment called that's attached to this email?
G Club Membership Agreement, Red Line Multiple Membership.
Zoom out of that, please, Ms. Loftus. And this is a response to the email you mentioned before, that we talked about before. Can you zoom in on the bottom email, please? On this email, the CC line, it says officework2020@protonmail.com. Do you see that, Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
Whose email is that?
Yvette's.
Did you ask Yvette why she used that email address for G Club's business? officework2020@protonmail.com?
No, I did not.
Ms. Loftus, if we can go to the next page. Is this the membership agreement that Ana Izquierdo adjusted?
Can you scroll it a bit? Yes.
If can you go, Ms. Loftus, to page 4, paragraph 12b. Go down a little bit, please. Can you zoom in on that? Ms. Reyes, can you read the underlined text beginning with member may?
Member may purchase more than one membership with G Clubs for themselves and will be assigned a membership number per membership. However, members with multiple memberships will only be able to use one membership for special pricings from G Club affiliates and will not be able to combine said memberships.
Did Ana Izquierdo also report to you that?
She would receive instruction from Yvette, yes.
You can zoom out of that, Ms. Loftus. And if you could go to paragraph 16? Zoom in on paragraph 16, please. Can you read that paragraph, please?
Non-disparagement. The member and each immediate family member beneficiary hereby agrees not to disparage G Clubs, its parent or affiliate companies, nor any of their respective owners, partners, officers, directors, employees, agents or other representatives, key host or spokespeople, including for avoidance of doubt Mr. Guo Wengui. For purposes of this agreement, disparage shall mean make any statements to a third party that are unlawful, false, misleading, defamatory, harassing or abusive regarding one or more of the foregoing. Nothing herein shall prohibit or restrict a member or immediate family member beneficiary's ability to publish an honest review or performance assessment of G Clubs or any goods or services it provides.
What was your understanding, if any, why the G Club's membership agreement, as its text says, prohibited disparaging statements about Guo?
I do not have an understanding.
Did you ask anyone why this paragraph was included in the membership agreement?
No, I did not.
You can take that down. Can I have one moment? What was G Club's policy, if any, about refund request?
The policy changed through time. Originally it was cancellation 3 days after the membership and later on it was extended to 12 or 14 days. I'm not exactly sure.
What do you mean it was a 3-day policy initially?
That after a member got their membership, they had 3 days to request cancellation.
And then it was extended to 14 days. Is that what you said, or 12?
12 or 14 days.
Why was it extended to 12 or 14 days?
I was told that it was due to something along the lines of a European law that required that time.
And when you started at G Clubs, was the refund policy strict?
Yes.
Were a lot of refunds given out?
No.
Did that change where the refund changed, when the refund policy became less strict?
Yes.
What changed for the refund policy to become less strict?
After G Clubs receive a subpoena, the refunds changed.
Subpoena from who?
The government.
Ms. Reyes, one of the benefits I think you mentioned was let me take a step back. What is G Talk?
G Talks, it was originally intended to be an in-person event. Due to COVID, we had to shut to virtual. So it was a virtual event where we would have different topics. We had a sweepstakes for our members.
And what happened? How many G Talks were there while you were at G Club?
We hosted 2.
And when were they?
The first one was in February 2021. The second one was in March 2022.
And can you just describe what happened at G Talks?
Depended. The first one was, we talked about G clubs. We presented the G fashion collection. And we had the sweepstakes of the G fashion prices. There were vehicle prizes as well and cash value. The second one was more towards community through love. So we had different videos of different locations and we had the sweepstakes as well.
Where did the G Talks event occur?
The first one it was virtual, so the different speakers were in different locations. The second one, the main broadcast was in New York office.
Who could watch or how could someone watch the G Talks event?
It was a link to the best of my understanding that was provided.
So it was online?
Yes.
Were only members permitted to watch G Talk?
The first G Talk was members only. The second G Talk was open to the general public.
What was Miles Guo's role, if any, at G Talk events?
He spoke at the G Talks.
We can take a look at what's in evidence as GXCE 171. Ms. Reyes, what is this document?
It looks like the agenda for one of the G Talks.
If we can look at GXCE 170. What is this?
Continuation of the agenda for the G Talk.
And is that you by host?
Yes.
What did you say in your welcoming remarks?
I don't recall exactly.
If we can look at GXCE 172. Can you zoom in at the top please, Ms. Loftus? Can you read what it says at the top?
List of do not words ideas.
What is this document?
It was a document of do not say words that was provided to Mr. Guo.
Why was a document of do not say words provided to Guo?
I do not know.
What was the purpose of this document?
To be a list of do not say words.
Do you know if was said these words were not?
I do not know.
Why not?
I do not know Mandarin.
Can you scroll down, please, Ms. Loftus? Stop right there. Do you see where it says growth and growth projections at the top?
Yes.
Do you know why growth and growth projections were words that Guo should not say?
Mr. Kumraju said, objection to the form, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I do not know.
Participation, participate, business or profits. Do you know why those were words Guo was not supposed to say?
I do not know.
GTV. You know why that was a word Guo was not supposed to say?
I do not know.
What about Soraka? Do you know why that was a word Guo was not supposed to say?
I do not know.
Do you know what Soraka is?
No.
What about voice of Guo, voice of good? Do you know what that is?
No.
Rule of law foundation, rule of law society. Do you know why Guo was not supposed to say those words?
I do not know.
Was this list for G Talk 1 or G Talk 2?
To the best of my recollection, G Talk 1.
What was the date of G Talk 1 approximately?
February 2021.
And then a couple of rows down it says Yvette Wang Yvette. Do you know why Guo was not supposed to mention Yvette?
I do not know.
Can we scroll down, Ms. Loftus? And it says Sarah, below Sarah it says Mulan. Do you know why Guo was not supposed to mention Mulan?
I do not know.
Do you know who Mulan is?
I've seen an image of the Disney character of Mulan, if you will. I do not know.
What was your understanding of what Mulan did in relation to G Club?
Mr. Kumraju said, object to the foundation, Your Honor.
The court said, did she do anything in relation to the G clubs?
I'll withdraw it. What was your understanding of who Mulan was?
I do not know who she was.
Did Mulan do anything in relation to G Club?
Mr. Kumraju said, same objection, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
She participated in the committee for the G Talks. That's where I saw the image.
Do you know what the Iron-Blooded Group is?
I'm sorry.
The Iron-Blooded Group, do you know what that is?
No.
Below Mulan, Ms. Reyes, it says SEC, investigation and litigations. Do you know why Guo was not supposed to say those words?
I do not know.
What about Golden Spring? Do you know why Guo was not supposed to say Golden Spring?
I do not know.
Do you know what Golden Spring is?
I do not know.
Below Golden Spring, regulators, DOJ, Attorney General, prosecutors, U.S. government. Do you know why Guo was not supposed to say anything about those words?
I do not know.
Scroll down. And below U.S. government it says G coin, G dollar, H coin, H dollar. Do you know why Guo was not supposed to say anything about G coin, G dollar, H coin, and H dollar?
I do not know.
Do you know what G coin and G dollar are?
No.
Do you know what H coin and H dollar are?
Yes.
What do you understand those things to be, H coin and H dollar?
Those are methods of payment amongst H dollar is, my understanding, like a one-on-one. An H coin is, it fluctuates.
You can take that down. If we could please display for the witness GC 511. What is this a picture of?
Mr. Guo and myself.
Mr. Finkel said, government offers GC 511.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GC 511 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Where was this photograph taken?
In the New York office.
Where was this New York office located?
I don't know exactly the address. If I look at a map, Manhattan is in the front. So it's in the left side. If Central Park is in the center, it's in the left.
To the left side of Central Park?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes, why was this photograph taken? I'm going to ask you to point the mic toward you.
Can you repeat the question?
What was the occasion for this photograph?
This was taken during the second G Talks event.
And who selected your outfit?
Mr. Guo.
And what brand made that outfit that you're wearing?
G Fashion.
Did you keep that G Fashion outfit after the G Talks event?
It was offered, but I did not keep it ultimately.
Why did you not keep it ultimately?
Because we were asked to pay for it.
Who was asked to pay for it?
G Clubs.
How much was G Clubs charged for the outfit that you wore during the G Talk event?
I do not recall the exact amount of the dress.
Approximately how much?
If I was to guess, maybe around 1,000.
Mr. Kamaraju said, object to the guessing, Your Honor.
The court said, don't guess. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
You can take that down. Ms. Reyes, you mentioned something about a sweepstakes in connection with the G Talk. Can you explain your understanding of that sweepstakes?
The sweepstakes were: we had different prizes and members that register for the event were selected to be the lucky winners of the different prizes.
What were the kinds of prizes that the members could win if they were selected?
We had vehicles, G Fashion items, different G Fashion items and cash values.
Do you know how the winners were selected? Exactly how it worked?
There was a sweepstake company and they were the ones that selected the different winners.
If we can please display what I believe is in evidence as GX121. Do you know who this individual is?
Mr. Yong.
Did Mr. Yong ever win the sweepstakes?
Yes.
What did he win?
A Lamborghini.
Did you ever meet him, Mr. Yong?
In person?
Yes.
Yes.
If we can please display what's in evidence as Government Exhibit GXGZ 547. Zoom in on that one, please. Ms. Loftus, can you read that message?
These 3 members would like to visit your office. Ideally take off tomorrow from New York City. Fly back on Sunday. Let me know when you can talk about this. Thank you.
Who was that message sent to?
It was sent to I don't see, but I recall the message sent to me.
Sent to you?
Yes.
From whom?
From Yvette.
And what is your understanding of what Yvette meant? These 3 members would like to visit your office.
There was a time where 3 members came to our Puerto Rican office to see the office.
What were their names?
Alex Kai, Mr. Young, and Sharon or Shannon.
Mr. Young, the image of the individual we just saw with the AirPods?
Yes.
Can you zoom out of that, Ms. Loftus, and scroll down? Can you zoom in on the second line? Can you read that?
Mr. Young Jong.
Who do you understand that to be?
Mr. Young.
The AirPods picture?
Yes.
Did Mr. Young come to the Puerto Rico office?
Yes.
Was it around this time in the summer of 2022?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
What was your understanding of why Mr. Young visited the Puerto Rico office?
They were there to visit the Puerto Rico office, meet the team, get to know the different departments and talk about G clubs.
How much time did you spend with Mr. Young in Puerto Rico?
I don't recall specifically.
Did Yvette ask you to take him out to dinner as well, Mr. Young?
I don't remember her specifically telling me to take them out to dinner, but to be hospitable and host them, so we did.
What did you talk about with Mr. Young?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you talk about taking down the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Did you talk about the democratic movement against the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
What was your understanding of what, if anything, Mr. Young did?
I understood he was a lawyer, an attorney.
Take that down, please. Aside from the Lamborghini that Mr. Young won, were there other members who won cars?
There were other members that won cars. But to the best of my recollection, they ultimately decided for the cash value.
What do you mean they ultimately decided for the cash value?
Instead of having the physical car, they decided on the value of the car.
And to your knowledge, were payments made to some of those members?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did all of those members who selected cash value accept a wire transfer?
No, there were different payment methods. There's wires. There came a time I believe there was checks and there's in form of credit to their membership.
What do you mean by a form of credit?
The value of the price would be credited to their annual fee or any membership depending on what they selected.
Did some of the winners choose that option, the credit for G Club membership?
I do recall, yes, one.
Are you familiar with an email address notices@gmail.com?
Yes.
Who used that email address?
The legal department.
For what purpose?
Legal matters, cancellations, member complaints.
What do you mean by cancellations?
When members requested for cancellation, it would be assigned to the legal for review.
If we can pull up what I think is an evidence as GXW17. Can you see that on your screen, Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
What is this?
It's the G Club's website.
Can you scroll down, please, Ms. Loftus? Scroll down a little bit more. On the right below experiences that enrich, can you read the text below that, please?
Our concierge staff crafts individually curated experiences that give you exclusive access to the world's most remarkable destinations, products and services.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, in the abundance of caution, the government offers GXW17. I believe it's in. But if not, the government offers.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit GXW17 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Reyes, did G Clubs have concierge staff that crafted individually curated experiences for its members?
No, we did not.
Was written on the G Club's website true?
No, we did not offer.
Mr. Finkel said, Government also offers GXW16 and GXW19.
Mr. Kamaraju said, no objection, Your Honor.
The court said, they're admitted.
Government's exhibits GXW16 and GXW 19 received in evidence. By Mr. Finkel.
Ms. Loftus, if we can pull up GXW 16. What is this?
The G Club website.
Can you scroll down a little bit? By the way, who selected these images?
The marketing agency and our marketing team.
So here it says, where will your curiosity take you? Can you read what it says below that?
G Club's members are empowered to curate their own one-of-a-kind experiences. Be it a hot air balloon ride over the vineyards of northern Spain, a romantic dinner on the shores of the Seine River, or a private guided safari. The only limit is your imagination.
Ms. Reyes, did the G Clubs offer its members a hot air balloon ride?
Not at the time, no.
Did it offer its members a romantic dinner on the shores of the Seine River?
Not at the time, no.
Or a private guided safari?
Not at the time, no.
Is this information about what G Clubs offered its members true?
We did not offer it at the time, no.
Let's scroll down, please. Keep going, please. Below next to the helicopter. It says be inquisitive, light inspired. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Can you read the text below that?
You have the support of a complete team of professionals that not only crafts unique experience for your pleasure, but also works with you to fulfill those items that are on your bucket list.
Was there a complete team of professionals that crafted unique experiences for G Club members?
Not at the time.
At any time while you were at G Clubs was there?
We were working on it, but it wasn't in place.
Is there a time that Guo was on the website?
Yes.
Did there come a time when he was removed from the website?
Yes.
Who asked that he be removed from the website?
Mr. He.
Did Mr. He explain why he wanted Guo to be removed from the website?
To the best of my recollection, it was because creating difficulties with his banking relationships.
Ms. Murray said, Your Honor, I see it's 4:56. If Your Honor would like, this is a good time to break. But it's up to the court, of course.
The court said, That's fine. Members of the jury, we will finish now. And you will return tomorrow ready to come into the courtroom at 9:30. Remember that you're not allowed to discuss this case amongst yourselves, or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't read, watch or listen to anything from any source that touches on any matter related to this case. Have a good evening and you may step out. Don't discuss your testimony.
The law clerk said, jury exiting.
Jury not present.
The court said, Please be seated. Is there anything before we stop for the day?
Mr. Kamaraju said, not from the defense.
Mr. Finkel said, nor the government. Have a nice evening.
The court said, Same to you.
Adjourned to June 18, 2024 at 9 a.m.